solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
「君の声が聞こえる」
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Hello and welcome everybody. We are live from the first day of the second edition of TestJS Summit. We are going to be your host during these 2 days, and how better to start than introducing ourselves. I am Ioana Chiorian. I currently live in Cluj-Napoca and I do testing for more than 11 years. I've been switching the roles from mobile to web, and I do have a passion for the web, especially being a volunteer with Mozilla. I do a lot of web compatibility tests also to ensure that everyone has access to a proper web when they experience it online. Besides that, I'm working with Cognizance of Vision, and I manage a team of 20 people around. I'll be tweeting during the conference, and you can check there on Twitter at Ioana_cheese. Going next, let's meet Richard.
Hello, everybody. My name is Richard Bradshaw. I am currently the boss at Ministry of Testing. I have been in testing for, I don't know, it must be 13 or 14 years now. I can't remember. Predominantly all on web, and then I did a good 3-4 years in mobile, but the last 4 years focusing on Ministry of Testing and working and trying to grow the awesome testing community that we have over there. So yeah, and I still get to do some development and testing. So I build the Ministry of Testing website, or the bit that you see. But I have to be honest with you all, I don't like JavaScript. Shh, don't tell anybody. So I'm here to be convinced otherwise. I do write it, but I don't enjoy it. But I'm hoping in the next 2 days, I'm gonna learn a lot more, and it will change my mind, and I'll give it a bit more love. But yeah, happy to be here and looking forward to it. And over to Welma.
Hi, everyone. I'm super happy to be here with you all. My name is Valmir. I'm a software engineer. I love testing. I consider myself also a clean coder. I'm also a blogger, a YouTuber, a Cypress.io ambassador. I'm an online teacher, instructor on Udemy, and I love JavaScript. So I hope we can convince Richard that JavaScript is a nice language, especially for testing. There are so many great frameworks out there. I've been using some of them for a while and teaching them as well, and my students just love it. So I think we can convince him.
So people tuning in, we have 4.159 people attending. So I don't know who get classed as 1.59. That seems a bit harsh. Now I'm joking. There's over 4,000 people attending Test.js Summit today, which is fantastic. Huge love for the community. And we're tuning in from, well, I'm in the UK, Ioana's in Romania. I'm not sure where are you, Valma? Valma?
I'm in Amsterdam.
Amsterdam. But you're all tuning in from everywhere. Lots of people in Europe, America. There's even a few people in Australia. No one from New Zealand. Like, I know it's early, but where's the commitment? Like, come on, people, get up. But yeah, awesome to have so many people tuning in to have 2 wonderful days of JavaScript and testing insight.
I was preparing, Richard, to say to people, prepare your coffee, but yeah, where's New Zealand? We need this for next day. And because we want to interact with you, it's strange, we spend so much time online. Throughout the conference, we will have various polls for you. So go ahead, join the fun with us and go to Slido, and use the code mentioned on the web screen. I think it's DS or hashtag, in social media mostly uses hashtag 1819, and join the fine over there. We have a first poll for you ready. And we would like to know, when did you last break an automated test? You have there on the poll, and again, slide.do and the code 1819 with DS or hashtag before. And the options to reply are like today, very hardworking person. Yesterday, nicer person. This week sometime, who counts time anymore? Last week, as far as I remember, and never. My tests are rock solid. Come on. And we all know it's a joke. But again, check it out and we'll see the results in a bit.
I have to say that I broke one yesterday, and yeah, but we were able to fix it already. So I'm happy with that. And we want to thank the program committee for the great collection of talks. The event wouldn't have been possible without them. They are the ones who went through all the call for paper submissions. So let me see those applause emojis in the chat for Alex, Ioana, Mikola, Christina, and Eugenia.
And with have to extend our thank yous to our sponsors, wonderful people that trusted us and help us these 2 days to support the conference. Big, big, big applause and thank you to Sneak, TopTal, Stackhawk, Sonar Source, Mabel, Lambda Test, Tundra, Microsoft, Neurolegion, Steam, and Bird Eats Bug. If I did mistake some of the names there, I do apologize. We are really, really thankful. I'll owe you one, and hopefully we'll see you to reverse this mistake. But we are indeed very, very thankful for our sponsors.
All right, now it's time for some social media fun. So if you are a Twitter user, or I know we've gone with Twitter here, but anywhere platform you're using, we are using hashtag TestJS Summit. I am an avid tweeter, so if I can find which screen I'm meant to tweet from without breaking the setup, I will definitely be tweeting probably this one. This is probably the easiest one to tweet from. So yeah, now it's time for some social media fun. So what we'd like you to do is take a photo of your current view. Where are you watching from? Are you at your desk? Are you sat on a sofa? Are you on the bus? Are you at the airport? Where are you? Where are you watching? And then share that along with hashtag TestJS Summit. And then we will share them, we'll retweet them. And we'll also give away some prizes. So they'll be raffling off 2 multi-passes to Git Nation conferences. If you're not sure what the multi-pass is, it gets you, I might be wrong now, but I believe it's a year of access to Git Nation's conferences. And they will also send you some swag. I never wear swag. Like, swag is not something that I collect. There's definitely no swag around me ever. So yeah, definitely get yourself some swag. I will be asking Lara for some Git Nation swag because I don't have any. So I will hopefully be getting some of that. And remember to have a look at what other people are tweeting as well. So where are we tuning in from? So there's myself on the right. So I've got 3 screens on the go. I said I don't know which one's which. I'm trying to not alter them. I keep looking over here because the awesome MCs are over here, but you're here, and then Twitter's over here. So that's my setup. Valmir, I keep pronouncing your name wrong, so let's get this correct. How do I pronounce your name?
Yeah, it's Valmir, and yeah, I do have also 3 screens here as well. I know in the picture you can see only 2 of them. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see all the tweets with the pictures from the people that are watching us as well here.
And yourself, Iona, where are you watching from? Or hosting?
Well, you can see there on the screen right now, I'm very minimalistic. I'll use the word minimalistic because it's also trending and does represent me. But I'm changing my setup as we speak. So I return my monitor, the separate one, and I have to admit, I think I broke a laptop, so I have a new one without any sticker. You were mentioning swag earlier. I am disappointed I don't have a sticker yet, but I'm having that, and I have plans because plants are the new pets, right? After the whole pandemic, and I finally got some time at home, and I'm raising some really, really cool plants. And yes.
Yeah, and at the end of the conference, we'll put the best tweets to our Wheel of Fortune. And the 2 winners will receive a swag pack with limited edition t-shirt and, of course, lots of stickers as well. After the conference, the Git Nation team will contact the lucky winners to talk details for sending the swag. So tweet using hashtag TestJS Summit to not miss the chance to winning the swag. Over to you, Iona.
Yeah, you could have seen my enthusiasm with the stickers. When I saw the stickers on the laptop, I was like, that should have been me. But yeah, Richard mentioned earlier the win pass that you get, and we do want to mention a few more things on that side because Git Nation is organizing more than TestJS Summit. So it's indeed a full rank of conferences, plenty of them, you can see them on the screen, and it's a good opportunity to attend all of them with this. So don't refuse this chance. You can get access to the great events listed there, and to mention a few of them, like JS Nation. Maybe again, if you convince Richard that it's good, maybe we'll see him around there too. And a new trend with ops everywhere, the DevOps one, I think it's a really important one. So don't be shy. It's a true gift that you will get, and you can find more details on the link mentioned, portal.gitnation.org/multipass.
I see a theme of JavaScript there everywhere. So for today and tomorrow, you can see the full agenda over at testjssummit.com. So if you're wondering what time things are, what's happening, and any other details you might be looking for, you can get it all over there on testjssummit.com.
Exactly. And you might be wondering what the heck to expect today. So let's go over it. Here in the screenshot of what the navigation of the website looks like, the main screen is the video player that plays the live feed. On the bottom, we've got a timeline of events that happen in the conference. We start each session with the speaker's introduction and a poll question they have submitted for you all. Then we move on to the talk and finish up with a Q&A session with the speaker. And if you are part of the full access tier, you have access to the speaker rooms and discussion rooms, which we'll explain shortly. If you are lost at any point, just click the Discord at the top and ask any question in the troubleshooting channel. We are here to help you, so don't be shy on that.
And I mentioned earlier, it would have been so nice to meet you all in person, but we live in a different interesting times. So we try to do our best by having something virtually. And it wouldn't be a nice day without some virtual parties or virtual hanging out. Definitely something that you should try during the conferences are these virtual watch parties planned. And have a look in the spatial.chat and use the application to watch the parties, speaker rooms, and discussions rooms, as you would do in real life talking with somebody, very close to it.
Exactly. Yeah, I have to confess that I have never participated in one of these rooms, but there are discussions and speakers rooms, and you can join with your camera on or your mic or both. You see a list of rooms on the right that you can join. And once you are in a room, you can move your avatar around and closer. And as you get closer, you will start listening louder. So just like in real life, so walk around, talk to people, and watch the show together.
And for today, we have a number of discussion rooms set up for you. The topics are BDD testing. I imagine there'll be some interesting discussions going on there. API testing, ever increasing in popularity. Playwright, the tool that just seems to be dominating right now. I'm seeing a lot of love for Playwright. And of course, the all-important topic, which never gets enough attention, accessibility. So those are the discussion rooms that are going on today. And as mentioned, you can get the links for those on the timeline over on the website.
As for the end of the day, the after party, we do have a party. I'm kidding. Not quite. But for those full ticket holders, we have code names. Probably you know the game is really cool and I enjoy it a lot. It's very intuitive and you have to be fast and try to guess. Also a QJS tournament. I see more winning chances over there. And if you're not into such playing, definitely go back to the old room of chit chat.
Yeah, and also be sure to join Discord. Use the hashtag talk-Q&A channel to submit questions for the speakers during the live Q&A session and discuss topics with the community in the hashtag community channel.
We do want everyone to feel very safe, even if it's a virtual event, even if you can always close everything and shut down, but it's not our intention to lose you and not intention to have a bad time around. So we want to feel safe, and for that we have in place a code of conduct. We do not tolerate any form of harassing of any channels that we are around, that we mentioned in our, I know it's more platforms, all of them are under this code of conduct, and also includes the channels that we create on social media like Twitter or any other that we are around. Again, the code of conduct, it's online, it's available at gitnation.org/COC, and give yourself a second or two, open it up and check it during the conference. And at any time, in any moment, if you don't feel that yourself or someone, you see someone violating this, please email coc@gitnation and we will take care of it as we speak then.
So most of you, I imagine a lot of you are here because your companies are very awesome and bought you tickets, or maybe you self-funded it. So if you're one of those people who your company paid for you, we whisper this very quietly. If you're interested in a new job, now there's a job board and some of our, there's some job offers from our awesome sponsors. So, if you are interested just to see what other roles are out there, or perhaps you are currently looking for a job, head over to testjssummit.com/jobs and see what's there. And also there's some special offers from our sponsors. So again, testjssummit.com/perks. Go and have a look there, see what special offers are currently available. There's lots of things from sponsors, trials, discounts, and things like that. So do go and have a look and see what's there.
And of course, your feedback is very important to our team. It helps us make the event even better. We have a form available at testjssummit.com/feedback. So please take your time and leave your feedback and thoughts there, suggestions, compliments, and we'll be glad to have that.
Okay, so I think we'll be pretty much done in a bit and ready for the first talk. But till then, let's see the results from the poll. From the poll earlier, remember the question? And let me see too the results, because I have to change something here. And last week got a lot, 38. Did anyone work this week or yesterday?
So I was thinking,
today, is it a holiday all over the world?
It's interesting that 6% have never failed their tests.
Who are those people? I want names. I want names.
I want names. I was yesterday, so I broke something yesterday, but I fixed it also yesterday. So
yeah, same here.
So how is that going? If you break it and fix it in the same day, does it count or it's on neutral points?
I think it counts. It definitely counts as broken. It went red. I saw it red. It made me sad.
They are moving now.
I fixed it. Yeah.
I guess we have a few more of the votes. I see the polls are still moving around. So yeah. Yeah, we go with our first speaker. Till then, we see a few slides and we see a bit of words from our sponsors. Again, you see them on the website.
Your web app, website are just more than a site. They're a crucial phase of your business in generating revenue. So it's very important to ensure that your web app gives seamless user experience across all platforms. On-premise infrastructure setup would mean that you would have to buy and set up multiple computers and latest mobile devices for testing. Or you can use Lambda test.
I think we are a very good company with such sponsors, and again, big thank you. But we met today for a purpose, and that was to have great talks together, and we are ready to start it. Our first speaker today is Maret. I was betting on myself that I should try to say her last name, but we had a bit of debate here that I will fail miserably, and I already did some mistakes with the pronunciation. So I'll keep it to that. She is an exploratory testing extraordinary one with a lot of day job implied at this side of trying to extend her experience, or like the exploratory side of testing. I met her at so many conferences where she brought this light on how important this type of testing it is. And she spends her days at Vaisala as a principal test engineer. She's a polyglot also in programming. Here, I think, again, maybe we find someone to convince that all are equal and good languages, I mean. She is a speaker, an author, and a community facilitator. I do believe in all of this. I saw her doing such an amazing job on these things. So let's see the talk. And before that, I want to say, let's see what she prepared for us, because all speakers prepared the question. Again, we want to interact with you. We want to feel you closer and to see that you bring in the value and share with us your opinion. So Maret was asking, when a customer finds a problem in production, who missed it? Slide that though, the code you have and we'll check the results after the talk. Okay, you have those 4, choose one of that, and I think we are ready for rolling this. Give Marit a big round of virtual applause, and we see in Discord for #talk-Q&A for your questions at the end.
Hi, my name is Maaret Pyhäjärvi, and for the last year and a half, out of my 25-year career, I've worked at Vaisala as a principal test engineer. A nice way for me to frame what I do for my work is this idea that I'm quality control for the testing that is happening in our teams. I go and assess the results that we're able to provide by staying within the team as one of the team members for a while. And a lot of times I frame my assignment as go find, well, at least some of the things others have missed. I repeat this from team to team, usually spending 6 to even 12 months within one team with the idea of leaving things better after I'm gone and helping the teams grow in the way that they do testing. And I have done this over my career quite many times for various different products and teams. One of them being this particular example here on the slide, where I asked a developer of an API-based testing tool for a permission to test their application and use it as a training material in some of the conference talks that I've done. And then they gave a podcast interview saying, I basically destroyed it in like an hour and a half. This is a common experience that developers tell of me with a smile, usually, hopefully at least, on their face. And it is usually related also to the fact that I have, by that time also, had the conversations on, I didn't destroy the application. The only thing I might have destroyed is the illusion that was never the reality. So you might be very proud of your application. You might be doing already a good job, and there still might be things that you're missing, and your customers might not be telling you. So in all of this work that I've done, I've kind of, summed it up as a recipe for better teams. How do we go about finding the things we're missing? And we start with 2 kinds of testing. There's the testing that is kind of framed as an artifact creation, whether it creates automation or checklists for repeatable tests for later. And then we have the other kind, testing as a performance, kind of like improvisational theater, where you look at the application sort of speaks to you. It's like your external imagination, and it makes you more creative. And whatever you learn, you can then turn into the artifact creation part of the testing. You need both of these sides. They give you very, very different things, where the artifact creation style gives you specification, feedback, regression, and my absolute favorite, granularity, knowing based on the results that you're getting, what was the change that broke things, and from the logs, what is now broken, without having to spend multiple hours or even days analyzing your results before getting to the actual fixes. These are things that you can get from the artifact style of testing. On the performance style, it gives you a little bit more vague things in many ways, but also it gives you kind of like a guidance, the direction. Are we going to a better direction? Is this good? Is there still more feedback, more conversations to be had? Is there something where we need to build our understanding and improve the models? And my, again, absolute favorite, serendipity, lucky accident, meaning that sometimes some of the problems that we need to find are too interesting combinations of all kinds of things we didn't think of, that we just need to give it time. So there's a saying, quote by Arnold Palmer, a famous golfer, that it's not just that he's lucky, It's just that he has been practicing. So kind of like that's the general idea with this style of testing. So framed from the sides, we need something in the middle for the better teams. And the thing we need in the middle is, of course, different kinds of tests, whether it comes from the point of view of creating artifacts or whether it comes from the point of view of performing testing and thinking what kind of things we might still be missing. We probably will test against different levels of interfaces available in the system and try making a balanced set of all the different shapes of tests, be they small, medium, large, unit service UI, or unit integration system, or end-to-end, whichever words you end up wanting to use. You probably also will not have just these different kinds of tests where you're basically then just kind of growing the scope of it. You also probably would like to have in those better teams some kind of ways of faking, mock stops, spies, fakes, whatever you want to call it, ways of faking either the service responses, the data, or any of the components that you want to leave out of the testing scenario so that you can have focused feedback. But also you want to test with the real integrations. Again, because of serendipity, you are most likely going to see something different there, and that is what your customer will end up using anyway, not the mocks that you have created. You'll probably have a foundation of functionality, but also the three other key things. It needs to be responding for the customer's request fast enough. It needs to be easy enough to figure so that you know what to do with the application. And the disfavored users should have mechanisms keeping them away from your system so that whatever the business purposes that the system serves, the information also is safe from other people causing you harm. So this is kind of the frame that I think that we need for the beta testers. And I wanted to give you a small example of what typically applying something like this looks like on an application. I took a small example application which was created basically for using this or showing the idea that you can have a front end and you can have a back end and you can mock the back end responses. So there's a very simple React front end, a very simple React app, and the possibility of changing whether you are working against the actual or the mock server is already in the user interface. The app is clearly created for testing purposes in the sense that whenever I kind of take it out from my notes there and I start running it, the first few minutes goes into updating whatever dependencies there are. And after the dependencies have been updated, I usually have to think of it for a moment on the fact whether, I have any test cases that I could run. I actually do not have any. So I'm very much relying on the manual performance, attended performance type of testing with this application. So I might start with, reading about the application, figuring out that it's actually using an open weather map API for the current weather, and thus summarizing things for that particular API, and with showing things in this outline even here, I can notice it does things around, city names, city IDs, coordinates, zip codes. It's supposedly returning me different kind of responses. There's something of formats, units of measurements, and just alone the outline already creates a vast amount of ideas of what I could do. So I would probably want to start with a new application, trying to test it with something that I could see a basic positive scenario, something that is fairly easy for me to verify. So just checking the location where I am at and seeing the results of that right about now would give me the results of that I can verify just by opening my window. And yes, very surely, it kind of shows exactly what I was expecting the case to be for Helsinki, Finland. Similarly, I can imagine other locations, Sydney being one of the locations that is kind of furthest I have ever traveled from my own home. So it feels like a perfect place to go and test. But comparing to my own location, I'm not actually getting much of a difference here. Broken clouds, few clouds, not relevantly different. So I was hoping to see sunshine and a whole different icon here in the user interface, but no luck with that one. But again, generating more ideas, I realized that, I could, and I have before written Sydney with a typo, and I realized that I'm kind of surprised that even when I typo things, trying out Sydney and many other different similar small but usual typos, it seems that the API actually gives me the right answer, even though I am not very precise on my request. And this makes me, of course, a little curious, but I kind of just make a note of it, mental note of it. Remembering the API description, I remember that there was an idea that I can also query, at least from the API, I can query based on a postal code or like a PO or the location code. And I first want to just try out my own location, this very neighborhood that I am in Finland. And to my surprise, it locates me not to Helsinki, Finland, but to Vantaa, Finland. And that's considered a different city, so not quite okay. And also, I was supposed to be entering cities. This doesn't seem like a city to me. So getting some kind of ideas on what I can do with the application. Similarly, thinking of postal codes that we all know, 90210 from the fairly famous series back in the days. I'm expecting to see Beverly Hills, and I'm again disappointed, noticing that maybe there is a reason why this should only allow me to enter a city, so that I don't always get disappointed when I enter the product code or the postal code of an area. So I wasn't definitely expecting to end up in Mexico. I go through, having looked at the application interface, I go through a little bit of the specification, and I find that there's, nice things about ideas of different kinds of weathers. Like there could be a thunderstorm, there could be a drizzle, there could be even a hurricane going on. And since the application is very much current weather, trying to guess right now where in the world there might be a hurricane, that's not going to work very well. And similarly, me right now being here in Finland in the middle of the night with clouds, I can't really verify the daytime, nighttime icons and whether those work correctly that I could find in the specifications with the data that I have at my hands. So what I usually then do, trying to do proper testing, is take control over the data. There's many ways of doing it, and mocking, of course, is one of the ways that we could consider. And changing into the mock server, starting the mock server at first, I can run some of the test cases that I have prepared that set up stubs for different kind of settings. And I have here a stub with weather at Utsjoki. Utsjoki being a location in Finland from where I saved a response on summertime at a time when there is no sunset and no sunrise, because that's how certain locations in northern Finland are in the middle of summer. So I set up that Utsjoki, and I set up Utsjoki data so that, I only go and change the specifics of what is the weather like. So the times and all that stuff I leave as it is, but I can edit a thunderstorm in. And yes, definitely now I can verify that yes, if this is the response we would be getting, I could see a new kind of an icon. I could see the texts, and only parts that I was expecting to change are changing. And obviously the first time I did this, it wasn't quite so straightforward figuring out what data belong together, but it took me a little bit of investigation. I also know by now that while thunderstorm icon works quite nicely, there's other icons available that the application hasn't yet implemented, so they won't work quite as perfectly. Similarly, I notice with the application that when the sun doesn't go down at all in the summer, I would definitely expect that the sunrise and sunset times are the same. But it also kind of drills me into realizing that there's a typo. It's not sunshine, it should be sunrise. And it's no more easy to pass it by. And that I am pretty sure that this application that I've picked up online is by someone on the IST time zone, meaning somewhere in the Asia time zones, rather than a neighbor of mine here in Finland. So it gives me kind of ideas of things that have been relevant for the creator, but also will limit what the application is capable of doing right now. Investigating a little bit more, kind of, being curious about the temperatures, very quickly going into code, I figure out that there's a very interesting thing going on here with the application turning temperatures to Celsius. They come in as Kelvin, and I very quickly realize that this is due to the fact that when setting up this stub, and the URL there is a tiny typo in that URL, which ends up not giving me the Celsius for this application right from the API, ending up with this extra need of implementing the transformation separately. If I would see this with time handling, it would be a much bigger concern, because time handling and all the exceptions related to time handling, it's notoriously awful to create your own. So please use whatever you have, and temperatures likely the same. So with this example, what I want to show you is that for the better teams, and for pretty much any teams aspiring to be better, we start with our thing. In this case, my thing, our thing, my team's thing, is the little application created in React, and it is benefiting from integrating into somebody else's publicly available API. It is running on top of some libraries, it's running on top of an operating system, and all of those are part of the things and integrations we need to be testing. And it is somehow also running on the side of other things that shouldn't have an impact on it, like browser extensions, for example, that still might. There's many different things that might need to coexist. There is some kind of expectations from the users and the stakeholders. Usually they're somehow reasonable, and they're also part of the things that we need to consider. And looking at all these things together, that's how we approach testing. If you learn from the testing you have missed that you thought it should work differently, you had an expectation that it should work differently, but the empirical evidence shows, trying it out, the program disagrees with you, the program is going to win, and there will be a different program before you can get the program to agree with you. So we go about making those changes based on the empirical evidence. We try to avoid the speculation buildup. We need to address how reliable, how trustworthy our testing is. And all in all, we approach the applications, the systems, the integrated systems, the user's needs and the user's expectations. We approach them with curiosity and wanting to understand how things work. Automation will play a part, but automation is driven by someone attending to that automation. So whenever automation fails, it's kind of like an invitation for us to go and explore further. And we are exploring to create the automation in the first place. When we have good questions about things that need to be addressed with the application, like, for example, does it run on the long term? Automation might be very useful for us in understanding that. But it all starts from understanding our own architecture, our own responsibilities, and caring for our users, not on just the things we personally wrote, but everything we intentionally and unintentionally integrated with. Have a great time testing. I hope you enjoy that.
And that was an amazing talk, great, insightful one. And I'm very happy that I got a chance to introduce it and hear it out. And I hope you like it too. Don't forget, we take your questions and we will read them. I will read them from Diez or Pound, how you like to say the channel, talk dash QN, the letter A. I'm watching it closely and I'll be reading them in just a bit. But till then, don't forget the poll at the beginning of the presentation, as Marit prepared those 4 answers. I think it would be nice to invite her to debate on the answers that you gave for us. What do you think, Marit? Welcome and hi. Thank you so much for your talk. It was a really great one. What do you think about the results we gathered here? 80%. Go.
I was seeing these numbers and I was laughing here all by myself because I'm kind of a strong believer that there's no individual who's ever responsible for these kind of things. It's a collaboration and there's these layers where we're trying to catch things. And the idea that almost 20%, 19% would find one individual, and it's not always the most usual suspect, which is the testers. It's an interesting thing to see in the polls. So I hope, if in a year someone does this, it will be all in the majority category. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit surprising to see how the numbers change on the side, who's going to be blamed for it, as the answers came in, and was like, okay. Of course, as you mentioned, most of the times I think people will turn back for the tester. But from 80, I think we have a good start and we can aim for 100 perfect. Maybe some are just playing with the buttons. I'm looking at it, don't do that. Great, so I think
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
Don't forget to rate the talk, and we will move on.
All right, it's time to give a shout out to some of our awesome sponsors. If any of you follow Ministry of Testing, I've been making quite a big deal about sponsors recently. They are very important, and they're not just about, them sticking their labels there. They want to support these communities. So one of our platinum sponsors is TopTal, and they connect cloud engineers, full stack engineers, DevOps experts, and in-demand software developers with global companies, allowing them to design their schedule, get paid on time, upskill, and work anywhere in the world, which, is something that we all can now take the benefit of given recent events. So yeah, if you're interested in working remotely and want to be able to choose your projects and stability or around a full-time job, click on the banner, check out TopTal, and again, thank you for supporting TestJS Summit. And a few words about one of our gold sponsors, StackHawk, someone completely new to me. Sounds awesome. So StackHawk help developers find security vulnerabilities in JavaScript applications, including APIs as well. So you can use their platform to run security tests at every PR or whenever you need to. So if you've not visited them before, have a look at stackhawk.com to learn a bit more. All right, it's time for the first talk that I'm going to be emceeing, which is awesome. So the next talk coming up is by Gleb Bamutov and Roman Sandler, and it's a topic dear to me. The testing pyramid makes little sense. What can we use instead is going to be their presentation. But before we, in this presentation, they're going to basically argue what the shape should be, which is fantastic. But before we do that, they've posed a question for you all. The question is, what testing framework do you use most in your day-to-day testing? Cypress, testing libraries, any of them? I'm not entirely sure what that means. Every testing library possible. Number 2 would surely win. But Puppeteer, Selenium, Test Cafe, Playwright, or something else. So please make sure you get some results coming in. I can see them coming in already. Lots of love for Cypress and Selenium, Test Cafe, Playwright. So yeah, keep them coming in. You can carry on voting during the talk as well. So while the talk is playing, please remember to post your questions. You can do that over on Discord in the talk Q&A channel. You can post them at any time. They'll get curated and sent over to me for once the talk is finished. So yeah, please give a big virtual round of applause for Gleb and Roman, and let's watch their talk.
Hello, TestJS Summit. I'm Gleb Bakhmutov, Senior Director of Engineering at Mercari US. With me is my friend Roman Sandler. Roman, how are you?
I'm great, Gleb. Hey, everyone. Good to be here.
And we wanted to tell you about testing pyramids and how we think it makes little sense to just use a single testing pyramid. We also will tell you what to use instead. So if everyone is ready, these are the topics we want to cover in our presentation. We'll talk about the common misconception where the speed matters, but which speed to measure. We'll talk about the replacement for testing pyramid, that is called testing metrics that Roman came up, and we'll talk about how to apply it in your development lifecycle. If we have questions, we'll answer them at the end. Roman, you want to take it away?
Absolutely, Gleb. So I think the first point is the original testing pyramid that we're all familiar with, and I think it was the term was coined and introduced to the world by Mike Cohen in his book Succeeding with Agile. Yeah. And essentially the idea is that all of your automated tests should be divided into 3 parts: unit test, service test, and UI test. The biggest part should be unit test, then service test, and then unit test. And this idea is based on the premise that, unit tests are essentially, very, very fast and cheap.
Right.
And the higher level the tests become, the slower they are and more expensive they are to write. Right.
Right.
After this idea was introduced into the world, each community really took it and made modifications and applied it to their own domain, to their own realm. But, essentially the core idea remains, right? Higher level tests equals more integration, slow and expensive, and lower level tests equal more isolation, fast and cheap.
Right.
And, with time, this idea became started to get challenged. And I think like the most, interesting and recent example of this is actually the testing pyramid introduced by Kenzie Dodds at Assert.js in 2018, where basically he says, like, instead of having unit tests as the core, right, of your pyramid or like shape, right, or being the biggest part of your test suite, it should be integration tests, right? Mm-hmm. And that's basically based on the idea that like integration tests are somewhere balanced, right, in terms of like how fast and cheap they are, and what you get and what you get, from them essentially. So I think, and there's a really good quote from Guillermo Rauch from from Vercel that goes, write tests, not too many, mostly integration. And I think that that quote is, it's very, very popular. And I think it sort of summarizes the, probably the prevalent approach to testing, especially in the React community. And I think it really sums it up nicely where you say, instead of having a bunch of, have many, small unit tests, let's have less integration tests, but still, keep the same idea essentially.
Right. Roman, I was at that conference at TestJS, and I actually had my version of testing pyramid, right? Where I also replaced some of the unit tests with static types, linters, using libraries, and some of end-to-end tests with crash reporting. So we're all replacing parts of a pyramid with different things.
Absolutely. So there are many different implementation. Like you said, this is yours, and I think it has some of the same ideas, right? Yeah. And if we look at really the differences, I would say that what is different essentially is that most of your tests should be integration tests, right? Instead of unit tests. That's like the biggest idea. That's like the biggest change from the original testing pyramid, right?
Right.
But I think more interesting is like what is the same. And from my perspective, the same thing about them, right, is still this core idea, still this paradigm that higher level tests are slower and more expensive, right?
Yeah.
And a good example of this is that still end-to-end tests, both with the original testing pyramid and the testing trophy, so they still get a very, very small part, essentially like the smallest part, just like the tip of the pyramid. And I think that comes from the same idea, essentially.
Yeah.
Right? So, the main message of the testing trophy is compromise on effort to gain more confidence, right? But it still accepts the idea that the higher level the test is, the more effort it requires, right?
Right.
And same for lower level tests, right? Lower level tests require small effort, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Higher level tests require a large effort. Well, I think, right, that it mostly depends.
Yes.
I know that's a very annoying answer, right? That's like a very, it's something that we don't like to hear because we just want to get like the answer. We want a definitive answer. But unfortunately, I think that giving any definitive answer on this question might be misleading and essentially not true. So how about we re-examine, right, this idea, this truth that lower level means fast and cheap, higher level means slow and expensive. How about you take it away, Gleb?
And I think when people say low levels are very fast and cheap, right, we really talk about just running speed, right, the seconds. And they don't actually look at the efforts the tests take, right? They only talk about running tests and they compare this bar. And I've seen it again and again where people say this tool is better because it's faster, right? It executes in 4 seconds, 2 seconds versus 8 seconds. And to me, this is a huge red flag because what's missing in this comparison? Well, it's missing how long does it take to install and start using the tool, both locally and on CI, right? How much effort do you need? How much effort do you need to actually write a test, a useful test that gives you any kind of confidence? How much effort do you spend to actually debug a test that fails on CI? Like nobody compares those costs or efforts, right? And finally, the maintenance cost, which is the biggest part of writing any test that live with your code, will probably be the maintenance of them when the person who've written them has left the company. So how do you compare those two? So to me, how fast you can do the installation of a tool, how fast you write the test, mostly comes from how good the documentation for the tool is, and if you have good previous experience with a tool, right? That's what determines how fast and how much effort it requires. The running test to me is only determined by how well you set up your CI. Do you cache dependencies? Do you parallelize your tests so they run in parallel or not? That's the main factor. Now, the debugging test and how much effort it requires to maintain them, that's where the tools, the framework itself, right? The test runner, that's where it distinguishes itself. That's the main thing that the tool itself can bring to the table aside from documentation. So let me give you a couple of examples. If we use those effort bars, if you don't write any tests, you don't pay any premium on all 4 bars except for maintenance. In the long run, you'll have to maintain your code and it will be very painful. Now, if you have just manual tests, well, there is nothing to install, nothing to write, but then the running test manually becomes the dominant factor. Let's say you use something like Jest and Enzyme. Well, it's easy to start writing unit tests. It's easy to install and run them. But debugging and maintaining them becomes a pain because a lot of those tests will be tied to implementation. If you replace Enzyme with React testing library, the maintenance becomes simpler because your tests are not tied to implementation, right? But debugging is still a problem because you're trying to debug something that usually is meant to run in a browser from the terminal. Now, let's say you use just snapshots. In that case, debugging test is easier because you have more context to each failure. But maintaining the test becomes a problem. And more often than not, you just say, just approve this giant snapshot, just replace the existing one. Let's say you use visual snapshots where you take an image diff of entire page or a component. Well, that means the debugging a failing test is much simpler. You see what has changed on the page. Right? Maintenance becomes simpler because you can just accept a change snapshot or not. You know what it means. But then writing the test and running them becomes slightly slower and requires more effort because you have to set up the whole visual testing pipeline. You have to learn how to write visual tests. So it's always a trade-off. Now, I'm partial to Cypress Test Runner because I worked on Cypress for a while, and I think yes, running the test using a real browser that loads the real application that have built-in retries and waits requires more time per seconds, but debugging the tests and maintaining them becomes so much simpler because each test failure produces a screenshot. You have a full video of a test run. You can compare it to a previously successful test run so you can understand where things diverged. But running tests, yes, will take a couple seconds longer, but the other 2 bars will become much shorter. Now, Roman, I have no comment on this slide. I'm glad you put it in, but people will disagree with you and they'll let you know. I'm just telling you right now.
Absolutely.
But even no code testing solutions, right? That right now promise the world or the moon to many testers and developers like Mabel. Now, there is no installation. You just record your test. You have to know how to record the test and click around. Everything becomes simple except for maintenance. I found from our experience right now that Mabel tests are very hard to maintain because any change in the application requires re-recording the test, right? So you'll pay a huge penalty in the maintenance bar rather than in running the test or installation. So every tool is not a simple faster or slower, but you have to compare it in multiple dimensions in the effort, right? So all the testing pyramid advice is a little bit problematic, isn't it, Roman?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that probably the reason why we talk mostly about the time it takes to run a test, because that's probably the only thing that is actually quantifiable.
Yes.
With like hard numbers, right? You can just run it and show a screenshot like you showed, where this takes 1 second, this takes 5 minutes. That's obviously better, right? And it's very hard to quantify, right? The total. Let's call this like the compound, right? Effort metric. It's very hard to quantify how much time it takes to write tests, to debug, to maintain. It's also something that you potentially notice over time, right?
Yes.
And not right away in this like specific PR, right?
Right.
So it does make sense that people tend to use the metric of like running tests. But I think that if you zoom out for a second and you look at the whole picture, especially over time, you see that this idea of like what you put into a test suite, it doesn't end. It doesn't end. It might start with running the tests the first time, but it definitely doesn't end there.
Yes.
Right? There's a whole slew of things that you need to consider, and we enumerated some of them right here. But essentially, there are many things that you need to consider when you try and quantify like the effort that you put into your testing suite, right? So I would say that any testing level recipe, and but what I mean by recipe is that some prescription, like a pyramid or like the trophy, where they say, some percentage, right? Some number, some hard number, like 70% of your test suite needs to be unit tests or something or integration tests or whatever, right? It doesn't matter. Any prescription like that has two problems. And the first one is they lack context, right?
Yeah.
They're not specific to a situation. They're sort of like, a rule of thumb, essentially. And I think I would say that a lot of times they miss by a long shot, right? Because it really depends on the team you have, what tools are they familiar with, what's the feature that you're working on, right?
Yeah.
And on and on and on. And we showed some of the things that, this whole, like the effort part really depends on, right? So they lack context, and that's a big problem. And the second thing is they become a dogma. And to me, this is really a big one because, this thing really makes it harder for us as a community, as an industry, to like have true, true introspective and a true conversation about, how to do things, right? Because it's much easier to subscribe to this, structure, to this subscription, right? Just prescription of like, you should have 70% unit tests. It's much easier to just follow that road.
Yeah.
But I think it makes us, it creates stagnation, and it makes us potentially, in some cases, make the wrong choice just because we're used to something and we follow this rule. So I came up with this idea, right? And this really came from me, working in the industry and having a lot of conversations with engineers about this topic, and noticing that a lot of people really believe this idea of the testing pyramid, right? But without really digging deep into it. So I would like to suggest a different model, right? A different way of considering what type of test to write. So this matrix essentially has two axes, right? One is confidence, one is effort. And each of them is split into 4 parts: small, medium, large, and extra large. And the idea is that you try and cross-reference between the amount of effort you put in and the confidence you get essentially, right? And the whole idea, the whole like premise of this tool is, optimize for maximum confidence at minimum effort, right? You wanna spend as little effort as possible and get back as much confidence as possible. That's what you want to strive for. It's not about a specific tool. It's not about a specific, level of abstraction in your test. It's about the idea, right? So we can run a bunch of examples on this matrix, but essentially think about, right, if you feel like you spent, let's say, large amount of effort on writing the tests, right, writing, maintaining them, running them, whatever, you feel like you spend a large amount, right, of effort. But the confidence that you get, that you feel that you get, you have to put it on, if you had to give it a t-shirt size, if you give it like, let's say, medium. So if you cross-reference medium confidence with large effort, well, that puts you in the red. And to me, that should be like some, like a flashing red light bulb that you have a problem, right? Be it with the tool that you're using, be it with the process that you have in your company or whatever, right? But there is some problem, right? You want to change those odds where you have a higher level confidence, lower level effort.
Right.
Right, Gleb?
You want to be green. You don't want to be red.
Absolutely. You want to always be green. So go ahead, Gleb. Let's break this down.
Right. So how do you apply it? Well, you probably use a spiral model for software development. You plan a feature, you code it, deploy, maintain. And when you start planning, coding, deploying, the second feature, and so on. So you iterate a lot. So we suggest that you, at every step, ask yourself, how does this affect the testing? When you plan a feature, what do you have? What do you know for testing? What tools do you know, right? What tools does the team know, right? The interesting question is, what's the cost of a bug? If there is no cost of a bug, you might skip testing altogether and maybe have some manual tests. How important is it for you to actually tie down the whole implementation? Or is it okay to test just the interface? Now, Roman, can you take us through the questions for the coding part?
Absolutely. So I think for me, this might sound a little silly or funny, but for me, I truly believe that you should enjoy right? You should enjoy testing, essentially, right? The whole part, be it, writing the tests, running them, maintaining them, whatever. So I think it's really important to ask yourself, does it spark joy? Are you having fun, right? And also on the other end of the spectrum, it's important to ask yourself what's painful about your process, about your tools, whatever. It's also important to ask yourself, how long does it take, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how long does it take? Like, if the feature takes you X days, and how much time does it take to write the test, or to test that feature in comparison?
Yeah.
And also, like, how much code is it? Like, how much code does it require to actually test your feature, right, in relation to the code for the feature itself? And also, right, is the test readable? Can, like, anybody on your team come into this test and be able to get a quick grasp of what you're trying to do there? So another spectrum of this whole idea is deploying, right? How scared are you to deploy? To me, if you're scared to deploy, if you feel anxiety when you hit that deploy button, right? It's a bit of an indication that there's a problem with your test suite, that you don't get enough confidence right, from your test suite. And this whole idea is essentially about the confidence, right? Like Gleb showed us earlier, the bars that help you calculate the effort, right? And these questions might help you calculate the confidence, right?
Yes.
Like if you're scared to deploy, there's a problem. You probably don't have enough confidence from your test suite. Also, what do you test manually, right? I mean, if you're deploying and you find yourself testing a lot manually, although you have an automated test suite, also means that you probably don't really trust that test suite. What did you miss, right? Like what actually became a bug, right? And your test suite just didn't catch. And did you go over budget, right? Like, did it take longer than you expected it to? Another thing is about maintenance. And I also consider this a part of confidence, right? How much flake do you accept, right? How flaky are your tests? If they're very, very flaky, you probably start trusting them at some point. Can the implementation change is another thing, right? Like if every implementation change makes you change your tests, then I would say that, probably there's probably a problem with the confidence that your tests give you. And this is also, potentially like a funny one, but I think it's a real metric. If you look at a test that you wrote 6 months ago and you really hate it because it's, very, very specific or not flexible or not readable for whatever reason, I would say if you hate it, that's a good indication that you're not getting your money's worth, so to speak.
And let me just quickly walk you, right? So first sprint, you might have just manual testing and it's fine, right? As you develop more features, manual tests probably require a lot of effort and you still can miss a lot of things. So maybe you bring some automation, right? Just to decrease amount of effort and buy some confidence. Maybe you concentrate on more tests in the next sprint to actually automate most of them. Maybe you look at different tools like visual testing, code coverage to increase the confidence from the test you already automated. So you use the testing matrix through your iterations to improve your confidence and lower the effort. Roman, take it away.
So in summary, you guys, there can't be a one size fits all, not at least from, in our opinion. It's hand wavy, right? It's not, it's misleading. Any solution that is like, provide some hard numbers and says, something like 70% of your test needs to be unit tests, or even, right, 70% of your test needs to be integration tests, right? To me is, it's not accurate, and it's actually, potentially not a good thing for you. The effort you put into your test suite must be worth the confidence it affords you. And I see this all the time, where people are just, hacking away at their tests, and they just like forget to take a step back and ask yourself, is this worth it? Like, is all the work I'm putting in right now actually worth what I'm getting back, right? I think that's like a very, very important question to be asking yourself. Is this worth it? And iterate, you guys. Revisit the decisions you made thus far and be critical of them, right? We have to question ourselves all the time. The perspective that we had 6 months ago is not the perspective that we have now. The tools we had 3 years ago are not the tools that we have now. The feature that we're working on is not the feature that we worked on, before. And, the conditions change all the time, and it might affect the approach you take to the test suite that you're writing, right? But you have to be willing to question yourself and put yourself out there, right? And potentially make changes, right? Yeah. I think it's critical. Don't be dogmatic, be pragmatic, right? I mean, try and think of everything on a case-by-case basis. There are no silver bullets, there are only trade-offs, right? And you want to make the best trade-off possible in that current situation at that point in time, right? And they have to be different things. They have to be different things between, one another.
Well, thank you for listening to us, and thank you, Roman. It was a pleasure doing this presentation with you.
Thank you so much, Gleb. Same here. It was really a treat.
Take care.
What a fantastic talk, and I mentioned a topic very dear to me. So thank you very much, Roman and Gleb. We are going to be joined by Roman, but just before we do that, let's have a look at the answers to the poll. So let's see what we've got in here. Cyprus, absolutely smashing it. Cyprus dominating pretty much, 37%. Test Library 22, Selenium 15. How'd you feel about that?
Super, super happy with that result. I love Cypress with all my heart, and I love Testing Library with all my heart right after Cypress. So I'm really happy with those results.
Perfect. So before we jump to the questions, one of the first questions is actually about this poll. Why is code concept? Code.JS not on there? It's not one I'm familiar with. Is that a tool you're familiar with at all?
No. Sorry for
that's why it's not on there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm sorry for the folks over there.
So let's dive into our first question then, which is from Matthew. Matthew is asking us, this solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own.
To share some feedback for Gleb and Roman, let us know how you like their talk, and hopefully, that will help them make improvements in the future, or just give themselves an awesome pat on the back for doing such a smashing job. So, hope you enjoyed the talk.
That was a fantastic talk. I really liked it. And you do not forget to join the discussion room on BDD testing in a few minutes. The room will be held on spatial.chat by Ramona and Tally. So yeah, feel free to join there. And let me introduce our gold sponsor, SonarSource. SonarSource provides static analysis solutions to enable developers and teams to deliver better, more secure code. Their open source tools support JavaScript and over 20 languages. So thanks, SonarSource. And now a word from our Platinum sponsor, Snyk. Snyk is a developer-friendly security company that helps software-driven business develop fast and build their cloud-native applications securely. Get started with Snyk for free. Visit snyk.io. And now our next speaker is Liran. Liran is a software developer, a GitHub star world recognized for activism in open source communities and advancing web and Node.js security. His talk is, Are We Forever Doomed to Software Supply Chain Security? In this lesson, we will explore how developers are targeted as a vehicle for malware distribution, how immensely we depend on open source maintainers to release timely security fixes, and how the race to the cloud creates new security concerns for developers to cope with as computing resources turn into infrastructure as code. But before we get to the talk, Liran has posed a question for all of you. And the question is, which security incident did you hear about? So did you hear about a Trojan source, event stream, or any other that is in the Slido? So join Slido with the code 1819 and let's see how it goes in the end. So we'll take a look at the poll results at the start of the Q&A session following the talk. Don't forget to ask questions on Discord at the Talk Q&A channel and give Liran a big applause. And Liran, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining my talk. Are we forever doomed by software supply chain risks? If you joined this talk, then it means you care about software and you care about software security, which is great. Most of all, you probably are curious like I am, how does open source software supply chain risks impact all of us, you, me, everyone here? So I wanted to begin this with interesting stories such as, let's take a moment to reflect on this picture, what you're seeing on your screen right now, and what comes to your mind. Is it the futuristic outlook of the world, like the robots, or the uprising and becoming a key part of our lives? Perhaps it's other things, like how much does the robot actually learns and uploads all of that to the cloud? You know, where is it stored? Is it stored safely? What happens when someone can do something malicious with that data? Most of all, what happens if someone hacks in and interacts with my child? This is my kid, if so to say, and what happens when that interaction takes place, when someone is able to compromise that? So yeah, with that we are getting started. You know, these are some of the things that are keeping me up at night, and today I would like to share with you some real-world stories of how developers play a fundamental role in recent and growing security incidents, and also, now, why should you care about security, software security, and software supply chain risks? And also leave you off to think about who do you actually trust? So, in case you had a doubt, we're seeing more and more open source software being developed. Year after year, right? Open source software repositories are growing with more and more open source software, and that is more software footprint. The thing is, the application that we build are ever growing in their dependency of open source software. Not just the fact that we're using open source software, but applications themselves are using more and more of that as well. So more of us, basically software engineers, are now accustomed to the way of how people work in open source, like opening issues and becoming maintainers of open source. More and more of us are maintainers of open source software. And that growth of open source software doesn't come without any risks, right? This is why we're all here, because we care about it. We are continuously witnessing the growth of open source software security vulnerabilities in these ecosystems like NPM and Java and others. And this could be anything from CVE-based vulnerability reports that, you know, when you install a software, you get that installation that said, you know, there are 1,000 vulnerabilities there. What happens when that takes place? Also, the incidents themselves of malicious packages and different targeted attacks on developers, because us as developers, we rely on open source software packages, and so we are targeted as well. And I will get to that right now. let's rewind back, first of all, in time to get an early glimpse of how one developer perceived the risks of open source software. So in 1984, the Turing Award-winning Ken Thompson wrote a short essay titled Reflections on Trusting Trust, in which he describes how he added a backdoor to the Unix login C program, and then he continued and added a backdoor to the C compiler, and then he added a backdoor further on with his chains of attacks into the compiler that compiles the C program, that compiles the compiler. Right, so in his paper here, about reflections on trusting trust, he actually explains how software can be taught to learn specific traits and pass them on. So realistically, it is very, very hard to find the traces of things like Trojan horses and backdoors unless you have actually written everything from scratch. And I mean everything, such as the compiler, the linker, the CPU, the display that you're watching something, the keyboard, everything. It is very hard to trust an ecosystem. So as we learned by Thompson's Trojan horse story, this is dating back to 1984, developers have been targeted as a vehicle to distribute malicious backdoors and other sorts of malware for a very long time now. Let's explore some of these incidents. I'm sure you've probably heard of some of them. In 2018, the JavaScript ecosystem witnessed its first high-impact spearheaded targeted attack on maintainers and developers alike, where they are working in open source in the ecosystems themselves and actually have been the attack target, the attack vehicle as well, to actually distribute malicious JavaScript code to all of us using those software. And so the attack itself targeted also developers using open source, and specifically a Bitcoin wallet application. And this was the well-known event stream incident. Event stream existed on the NPM registry since 2011, for a very long time now, as you could see. It practically didn't receive any new releases in the last 2 years, but gained millions of downloads per week. Out of the blue, someone chimes in and says, I want to help. They get into the project, they help, they open a pull request, as you normally do in open source software. One of those pull requests later has actually introduced a dependency. At that point in time, this was a trusted individual, so they received a different kind of access to the repository and publishing new packages and new versions of that package and so on. And later on, when they added that dependency, now that dependency exists in a different state, and they could just add that backdoor to that new version that they released, and now new versions of EventStream that use that dependency pull the new version in, and they get that dependency with the backdoor that now the original maintainer of EventStream did not know about. They did not know that this is happening, and they can't control it, because this is how software package managers work in specific ecosystems like NPM, like others. So this actually resulted in 2 versions of the Copay Bitcoin wallet application, including the malware, 3 months, for 3 months until we found this. This is the EventStream one. Now, an academic research paper published in 2019 investigated these properties of language-based software ecosystems, and it found that more than a half, 61% of open source packages on NPM could be considered abandoned because they did not receive any release in the last 12 months. Exactly what happened with the EventStream story. And as if we didn't learn anything from this incident, 1 year later, a similar action comes into life. Electronative Notify, and a similar incident happening. What happening in short, right? This one point in time, this Electronative Notify package, which is not malicious, but it's added as a dependency to a different project, this EasyDex GUI thing. Later on, that the developer that owns Electronative Notify releases a new version that now includes a malware, a backdoor to it. What happens? The Electronative Notify project is now embedded into a different app, this EasyDex things, which now pulls a new version of Electronative Notify with the malicious version and releases new versions. Again, sound similar? Exactly what happened before. How much thought are we actually giving to the security of our own development infrastructure? For example, resources like cloud instances and your continuous integration tooling. In January 2021, a security researcher broke into Microsoft Visual Studio Code GitHub repository. Essentially, this is providing him any capabilities like read and write access to modify the code of the very beloved IDE VS Code that many developers love. But due to command injection that this researcher had been able to exploit, it was able to give him an attack vector to basically create code injection. Now, by opening a pull request, all he had to do, open a new code pull request, this researcher can now execute code into VS Code's own CI ecosystems without being authenticated or authorized. All of this really just provides him the ability to create, to submit, or if you would like to say spawn, remote reverse shells on the CI servers running code. And from that, being able to basically push and write access to the repository itself. Now, fortunately for us, so all of us here in this ecosystem, this researcher responsibly reported the flaw to Microsoft before, hopefully anyone else could have gained access to it. But you have to ask, right, how much do we know about the current state of open source security? What does it actually entail? So in an effort to explore the security awareness of Python and JavaScript open source communities, a group of researchers investigated how maintainers work in the open source community and how do they release fixes relating to security vulnerabilities. One of the research questions was, how quickly do maintainers mitigate a newly published security vulnerability once it's published, once there's a CVE out? The research found that it takes almost 100 days on average for both JavaScript and Python maintainers to start mitigating a vulnerability. You have to ask yourself if this is fast enough. And this is a bit different because between the different communities, because for Python, it has been remediated much sooner versus JavaScript, which took its time from 2018 until now to basically be a bit more mature and aware about these security risks. As a case study exactly of this, we can refer to Marked. It's a library, Marked's own security vulnerabilities from several years back. Now, what happened is this Marked is a Markdown library. It's a parser for JavaScript and Node.js, and it's very popular, getting millions of downloads a week. One day, a security researcher just pops up, open a code pull request to fix a vulnerability. So this says, all you have to do is merge it, basically, as you can see here. But as it is with open source software, maintainers are really trying to do their best, but they're not contracted or obligated legally or something to support you. So me as a maintainer, you, everyone else, we're really trying to do our best and in time of what we can do. But this vulnerability stayed out there for a year, knowingly exact what's happening with this and this security vulnerability itself being public for more than a year. When we're all so much very dependent on open source software, we can't ignore the question of, where do we put our trust? What are the mitigations and controls that we have to cope with the risks involved? In 2017, a security researcher working with the Node.js Foundation conducted a research which he wanted to explore and assess, right, the state of weak NPM credentials on the NPM registry. His work really revealed devastating truths about developers and their lack of security hygiene. What I mean by that is this security researcher was able to gain publish access to 14% of NPM ecosystem modules. This is a lot. Some of these modules were downloaded millions of times, tens of millions of times a week, and they are still an essential key part of this, thriving JavaScript ecosystem, which I am also a part of. So this is, very concerning for me as well. The thing is, the problem was rooted with insecure passwords chosen by well-known maintainer accounts, such as literally the word password for one of the accounts running millions of downloads for one of their packages. So if it can happen to them, it can happen to other packages as well. If our code packages can reach millions of developers, shouldn't we have more protections in place as citizens of open source communities? Shouldn't we do better for our account hygiene? So you would imagine so, but in NPM, the largest registry of open source software, even though two-factor authentication was enabled since 2017, only 7.1% of NPM package maintainers have enabled 2FA. You'd think that we have done better so far, but a year later, by 2020, another interesting insight that we get into what has been happening is that it has only grown by 2%. Only 9% of developer accounts on NPM by 2020 have enabled 2FA. We should do better. As cybersecurity expert Bruce Schneier says, and had said and written in his book Secrets and Lies, humans often represent the weakest link in the chain. Think about it as you go and think about this term. Given enough eyeballs, all bags are shallow. As a term coined by as Linus's law back by Eric Raymond in his work The Cathedral and the Bazaar at 1999. He explored the differences of how software development takes, different shapes between open source and enterprises. And one of the things was that, if everyone are looking at it, we'll find the problems. There are a lot of people looking at this code. Really, are we going to find it? Because in January 2021, it was discovered that sudo, a common utility installed on many Linux distributions, had a security vulnerability. Specifically, it allowed any unprivileged users to gain root access simply by the default sudo configuration. Now, this was so daunting as a vulnerability because it was hiding in plain sight. This is from the from the disclosure itself. For a whole 10 whole years, this was just showing up there. Now, we can't deny being a part of these open source ecosystems as consumers, contributors, or maybe even as maintainers for some of us. We all play some part in a world where 90% of our application code is open source software components. We reached a point where we take open source for granted, right? Open source registries are open in their nature. Anyone can go in and publish their new packages, even malicious ones. You'll be surprised, maybe it doesn't get caught. We have been accustomed to this, opening and issuing a project source code or asking for help, asking for a feature, asking someone to get our bug fixed, hopefully. But we import those open source into our projects, and do we understand what's going on at that point in time? Because open source registries are open in their nature, but they're not going to be there all the time. What happens when maintainers remove their packages and dependencies? And this is a story that exactly happened, and for a package that was very pivotal in the ecosystems, but caused a widespread wreckage of continuous integration systems all around. So at the very least, it taught us that enterprises and organizations that were prone to this attack were not understanding how to deal with open source software, and registries themselves did not know either. They were missing how even this could be possible, and would it be possible? What kind of malicious activities and assets can we track back to open source software? Time after time, we're finding more malicious packages hitting the NPM ecosystem, typo squatting mistakes and others. But they're not only a sole problem of the NPM, the JavaScript ecosystem, because PyPI had also seen thousands of packages just brute forcingly published in bulk to basically add malicious packages. To further show us how attackers can actually harness open source to their advantage, Alex Berchan published his research in February 2021 about how he exploited design flaws in package managers and human errors and registries basically to infiltrate into corporations like Apple, Microsoft, and others. And so all of this is happening in open source. And I would like to leave you off with some questions. Are we going to have less or more software in the future? Are we going to use more open source software in the future? Who do you trust and what can you do about it? Thank you for coming to my talk. My name is Liran Tal. I'm a developer advocate at Snyk, where we build a security platform to help developers build securely with open source software. Thank you all for joining my talk. Have a nice conference.
That was a wonderful session. I am super glad that Liran brought this topic today because security is something that is very important for web development. And yeah, thanks for that. So let's take a look at the results of the poll. And as we can see here, it seems that people hear a lot more about Trojan source than any of the other options that you left there. What's your comments on that, Liran?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because I guess a lot of Trojan source has been in the news recently. That's more recent than the others. But they are different types of attacks, and that's why I gave them. That kind of like shows you kind of like what are you seeing, which is a lot of the media stuff. But for example, in event stream, which if you didn't know about before, then you should probably know now because of like I was chatting about it on my slides just in this talk. It's one of the most sophisticated attacks that we've seen on like the supply chain ecosystem for NPM. Event stream is, and recently that was 2018, but now we've had recently about a month back the UA parser agent and COA and other packages that were probably hijacked and added. They had like malware and cryptocurrency / ransom kind of malware in them. So that happened pretty recently, but Trojan source, interestingly, that made it into the news. CodeCov. Have you heard about CodeCov before? Because that's kind of like a Docker related origin of the problem.
I haven't. Would you like to talk about them?
Yeah. I'll talk in brief, because again, like these are all kind of different things, like Trojan sources from like an academic research paper that caused a whole lot of stuff happening, and it
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room.
Thank you very much, Valmer. So, going to remind you of our Twitter competition to win some Git Nation swag. So remember to tweet a photo of yourself where you're currently watching from, and use the hashtag TestJS Summit. And a few more thanks to some of our sponsors. So we're gonna start with Neuralegion. I hope that's correct. To one of our gold sponsors, and they built for developers. So they're no false positive applications and API security scanner, which basically can run security tests across your pipeline. So if you've not checked out Neuralegion yet, I encourage you to go and have a look at them, and thank you for sponsoring TestJS Summit. And we also have one more gold sponsor, Lambda Test. Lambda Test is the fastest growing test cloud platform that allows users to run manual and automated tests. You can test across 2,000 browser versions and operation systems, which seems crazy. So yeah, if you've got cross-browser testing you need to do, why not check out Lambda Test? Okay, that brings us on. Oh, it's so fast-paced, isn't it? This brings us on to another talk. We are going to be joined by Cecilia Martinez. If you've not met Cecilia before, I am one of these, which is awesome. She is a technical account manager at Cypress.io, where she spends a lot of her time talking to the Cypress users about their strategies and how they're using Cypress and overcoming their technical challenges. She's going to talk about network requests within Cypress and basically how to use CRI request and CY intercept commands so you can spy on stuff and look at stubs, which is great because I remember looking at this and I think one of them replaced the other. I'm not entirely sure, so I'm curious to learn some stuff about this. But before we go into Cecilia's talk, she's got a question for us. How many tech conferences have you attended this year? This is my first, 1 to 3, or more than 4. So yeah, let us know how many tech conferences you have attended this year. For me, I think more than 4 for sure. With that said, just there, one more thing, sorry. Remember to post your questions in talk/Q&A. You can post them anytime throughout the talk. As soon as they pop into your head, post them in there so we can ask them at the end. And please give Cecilia a big virtual round of applause, and we'll watch her talk.
Hello, I'm Cecilia Martinez, and I am a technical account manager at Cypress. And I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you about network requests with Cypress. I've made these slides for the presentation available at the URL on the screen, and you can connect with me on Twitter at Cecilia Creates. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Cypress, it is a free open source framework that allows you to write and execute tests for any application that runs in a browser. Cypress does execute tests against your application inside a real browser. You can see on the screen here a representation of our graphical user interface when you're running your test locally. So the application under test is on the right-hand side in the app preview. And then on the left-hand side, we have what's called our command log, which, as it sounds like, is a log of all the commands that your test code is executing against your application. This gives us some good information about network requests that are happening inside your application as the tests are progressing. So you can view network requests as they occur in the command log. Here in the screenshot, we can see that after our test code has clicked an element, that a post request occurred. We can see the status code, we can see the endpoint, as well as how we may or may not be interacting with that request via our test code. We can also click on any request in the command log to output it to the console. This gives you some additional helpful information like request headers, response body, which can be useful when you're troubleshooting or debugging failed tests, or trying to better understand what's happening with the network requests from your application. So in addition to viewing network requests within the Cypress test runner, you can also interact with them. So we're going to be talking about 2 commands today that allow you to work with network requests within your Cypress tests. The first is sci.request, which executes HTTP requests, and the second is sci.intercept, which allows you to interact with network requests. For demonstration purposes today, I'll be using some code from the Cypress Real World app. The Cypress Real World app is a great resource. It was developed by our developer experience team. It's a full stack React application that showcases best practices, use cases, and then essentially all the different things that you can do with Cypress. So it is open source. So if you go to the GitHub link on the screen, you can view the source code as well as a full suite of UI and API tests for the application. It's a Venmo style payment application, so you're dealing with things like users, transactions, bank accounts, and a lot of very familiar UI components. All right, so we can get started with sci.request. So as I mentioned, sci.request sends an HTTP request from your test code. This is separate from the functionality of your application. It's similar to how you may send an HTTP request from curl or Postman. So the syntax is sci.request. At minimum, you do have to pass through the URL of the endpoint where you're making the request. You can also pass through the method, a specified body, and then additional options for the request. So why would you use sci.request? The most popular use case is actually for API testing. So Cypress, while it's mostly known for UI and end-to-end tests, you can also use the sci.request command along with the same assertion language that you're familiar with in order to validate responses coming back from your server endpoints. So in the example here, this is coming directly from the API test suite in our Cypress Real World app. We are validating a GET request to our bank accounts endpoint. And the it block for the test is that it gets a list of bank accounts for a user. So in this case, we're using sci.request on line 4 in order to make a GET request to that endpoint. And then we are grabbing the response and we're making assertions against it. So we're expecting that that response status will equal 200, and we're expecting that the response body will contain the user ID in the results. So again, you can leverage the same Cypress syntax that you're used to for API testing alongside your UI test suite. You can also use it to retrieve, create, or update data for testing. So test data management is a really popular topic when it comes to testing, especially when you're doing end-to-end tests. And so if you need to retrieve data from an endpoint, such as a username or password to log in, or if you need to create a transaction or create something in your application in order to test it, rather than doing it programmatically, you can use a site request call in order to do that via your API. You can also use it to validate endpoints before proceeding with your test. So if you have maybe like an unreliable endpoint or backend that might be slower or down, or if you're using a third-party service or a microservice and you just want to ensure that everything is all set before proceeding with your test, you can fire off a site.request, validate that its response status is 200, that it's good to go, and then go ahead and proceed with the test that requires that endpoint. All right, so that was site.request. Now let's dive into site.intercept. Site.intercept is a very powerful, very flexible command. There's lots of things that you can do with it, so we'll have quite a bit to dive into. But first, let's talk about how it works. So this image is from a presentation called How Site.intercept Works by Gleb Baumtopf. And essentially, like you can see in the image here, Cypress routes all HTTP requests through a proxy. So it allows you to essentially literally intercept any request going in and out of the browser, from your application in the browser to the internet. So any request can be observed, or what we call spied on, or stubbed. And then it also provides you with a route handler that allows for really dynamic or really controlled matching of which requests you'd like to intercept, which we'll be talking about right now. So first, let's dive into network spying. So you can declare a spy with site.intercept. You want to do this as early in your test code as possible because you want to declare the spy on the network request before the network request actually happens. So through the site.intercept command, you can pass a URL, a method, or a route matcher. If no method is passed, then any method type will match. So if you just pass through an endpoint, then Cypress will intercept GET request, POST request, batch request, whatever it is that takes place to that endpoint. So this is going to be the syntax that we're going to look at. Like I said, you can do a URL, a method, or a route matcher. So let's go ahead and start with just site.intercept, pass an endpoint. Again, any method type will match to that endpoint. You can also specify the method itself, and you can use a route matcher. So route matcher is an object used to match which HTTP request will be handled. So it's kind of like a mix and match grab bag of different optional properties that you can leverage in order to be really, really granular around which requests that you'd like to intercept. So in our example here, we are leveraging the URL and the query properties in order to say we only want to intercept requests to this URL that have a query property that matches the expected term. And so that, again, you can see that how you can be very, very specific by leveraging whichever properties that you need that give you the specificity that you're looking for. So once you've declared an intercept, you want to be able to leverage it. And you do that by aliasing it with .as. So it allows you to save the intercepted request to use throughout your test code. So what that looks like is, so in the example that we just talked about, we have site.intercept, we're passing through our route matcher, and we're saying any network request that matches this route, that matches this criteria, we want to save that and we want to give it a name of search. So now we will have essentially this alias route, this alias request called search that we can leverage throughout our test code. Common use case for that is waiting. So you can wait for a request to occur with site.wait. So after you declare the intercept and after you've given an alias, then you can use site.wait to wait for that request to occur anywhere in your test code. So in this example here, we have site.intercept. We're saying any GET request to our user's endpoint, please intercept that and save it as GET users. Then anywhere in our test code, we can trigger something, click on some elements, have a grand old time, and then we can wait and say sci.wait at get users. And that's going to wait for that request to occur for real from our application before proceeding with the test code. All right, so the examples that we talked about so far are essentially static matching, right? So it's criteria that you've established in advance when you're defining that route. You can also do dynamic matching. So this is really useful specifically for aliasing GraphQL requests. So the Cypress intercept command has some additional methods that are made available via the API. So rec, by passing that rec option through to sci.intercept, it gives us access to those API commands. One of them is rec.alias. So rec.alias kind of replaces .as to allow you to alias a route only if it matches the criteria that you're programmatically defining. So let's take a look at what I mean. In our example, we're saying sci.intercept, please intercept any post request to our API GraphQL endpoint. If you're familiar with GraphQL, you typically have a single endpoint with that handles lots of different types of queries and mutations. So in this case, we're going to pass through that rec property in order to access some API options so that we can do a little bit of programmatic interception here. So we're going to go ahead and grab the body of any of those requests. We're going to define that, and we're going to say if the body has a query property and that query property includes list bank account, then and only then do we want to go ahead and alias that request as GraphQL list bank account query. So this allows us to, again, dynamically grab a request, say, hey, does this request actually have what we need? Yes? Okay, great. Now I'm going to go ahead and name that. And again, that's happening at the time of request because that's what essentially we're grabbing a request that's taking place. We're parsing through the body, seeing if it matches what we need to match, and then we're going to go ahead and alias that. So again, really, really useful for GraphQL requests specifically. So once you've defined your intercept, you've given it a name, you've waited for it, one of the most common use cases is then you can also make assertions about it, right? So you can do that the same kind of similar way that we did for our API request. So in this example, we're going to go ahead and still use our get users endpoint that interception that we've declared. We're going to go ahead and wait for it, and then we're going to do some assertions on it. So we can either use chain style, where we're saying its request.url should include users. This can be, there's certain things that are available for it, like request.body, request.status, that you can just chain directly off of. Or you can use a .then and then grab the interception in order to access any of the lower level interception properties. So that would be the request, the response, the headers, status, everything that you could possibly need. And then you can use that same expect assertion syntax to make sure that the request that went out or the response that came back was actually what it should have been to validate the behavior of your application. And then last but not least, you can also wait for multiple requests. So for example, if we are you still using our get users route, maybe the first time it goes through, it should include user 1, but then we have some additional test code where we're creating another user, and then the second time it goes through, it should include user 2. So we're using the same alias, but we're waiting for the request to occur multiple times because it could be different each time. All right, so that was network requests. Again, we talked about intercepting, aliasing, waiting, and then making assertions on requests going to and from your application. Now let's talk about network stubbing. So network stubbing allows you to essentially bypass the real response of your network and say, give it something else instead. It allows you to essentially trick the UI or the front end of your application. So you can pass the response body to sci.intercept to stub the actual network response. There's a lot of different options for this. I'm going to go through some of the more popular ones. The first is you can leverage a Cypress fixture file. So Cypress allows you to essentially have static assets that you can pass through in your test code. So in this example here, we're saying sci.intercept anything that's going to our /users.json endpoint. Go ahead and stub that out using the users.json fixture that we have alongside our test code. You can also stub the response with a JSON body, just one that you've written yourself that should match whatever the expected response is from the server. And then you can also essentially create a body that leverages certain properties. So if you wanted to define a status code, body, headers, you can do that with an object as well. Those are all static responses. Just like how we could dynamically match routes, we can also dynamically stub. So we have, just like we had rec.alias, we have rec.reply, which is another method or function that can be used to send a stubbed response for an intercepted request. You can pass a string, an object, or a static response. A static response is it's like an object type that gives you some additional options if you want to do things like forcing network errors or delaying or throttling the response. But in most cases, it's essentially for everything else. If a string or an object doesn't make sense, or if you want some additional options. So in our example here, again, we're intercepting to the billing endpoint. We're going to pass through rec, so we have access to those API methods. And then we're going to dynamically get a billing plan name at request time. So again, this is something that we can do dynamically, like as we're intercepting that request, we then are grabbing the data, and then we're going to reply with that data and sub that response. So this can be, as you can see, there's a lot of different a lot of flexibility here. But if for some reason you just aren't able to define that information in advance, or if you need to grab something from your UI, or if you need to validate data before you sub the response out, you can do that dynamically using the rec.reply function. So again, the object will automatically be JSON stringified and sent as the response instead of the real server response for that request. You can also handle multiple requests. Same way you can wait for multiple requests, you can handle multiple requests and stub them out differently. So as the version 7.0, we have this option, and then the request handlers supplied to SATA intercept will be matched starting with the most recently defined interceptor. So this allows users to override the previous stub by calling it again. So in our example here, we've declared an intercept to our login endpoint. We're stubbing it out with username 1, and we're saving that as login. Let's go ahead, then we'll have some test code here, and then we're going to wait for that login request to occur, and it should have username 1 because that's our stubbed response. Then we're declaring the intercept again, this time passing username 2. This is going to override that first intercept. We're saving it as login again. We're using the same alias. And then this time, after we've done some test code to trigger that response, we're going to go ahead and wait for it again. And this time it's going to have username 2 because that second SATA intercept has overridden the first one. So we're able to stub responses multiple different ways throughout our test code, depending on what we need. Very cool stuff. All right, so we talked about network stubbing. Let's talk about pros and cons of it. Like, when would you want to do it? When wouldn't you want to do network stubbing? So the first approach is leveraging your real server responses. So this is, a true end-to-end test. This is not leveraging network stubbing at all, letting all of the real API, all the real server responses come back and going through your tests that way. It does guarantee that the contract between your client and your server, or your front end and your back end, is working correctly. So some of the pros, right? It's more likely to work in production. So your test is going to better mimic your actual production environment, and then, provide better assurance that your tests are going to work the same way that your application is going to work, and that you have more confidence that the user is going to have the experience that they expect. You do get test coverage around server endpoints, and it's great for traditional server-side HTML rendering. It gets really hard to stub out a lot of HTML if you aren't using real server responses. There are some cons, right? So it requires seeding data. If you're using a real backend, you're going to need real data. It's definitely going to be much slower because you're completing real network requests. You have to wait for the API to respond. It's also harder to test edge cases because you have to force those edge cases via the UI. You have to force those edge cases to occur via the application rather than creating them via stubbed responses. So suggested use is to use it sparingly. It's great for the critical paths of your application when you really need that true end-to-end coverage. The next approach is to stub your responses. This is essentially enables you to control every aspect of the response. As we saw with Silent Intercept, you can stub any which way that you like. And it's a great way to control the data that is returned to the front end of your application. Pros, you get that control. You can force some certain response behavior like network delays. You don't have to worry about code changes to your server. So you can even also start testing the front end of your application before the server or the backend is completed. And it's also much faster. But obviously, you're not going to have guarantees that your stub data matches the actual data. You're not going to have test coverage on some server endpoints. And it's also not as useful for traditional server-side HTML rendering, right? So the suggestion here is to mix and match. Have one true end-to-end test for those critical paths, and then everything else, stub it out. Give yourself a much faster test suite. Give yourself that control that you need. All right, this has been Network Requests with Cypress. Again, I'm Cecilia Martinez. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope this is helpful for you.
What a fantastic talk. Clearly a very versatile tool. So before we dive into the Q&A, though, let's bring Cecilia on and have a look at the poll results. Hey, Cecilia, so you asked people how many tech conferences have you attended. Before we look at the results, how many have you attended?
Oh, I'm definitely in that more than 4 category. For me, virtual conferences like this have made it really easy to attend a lot more of them. So I think I probably lost count at this point, to be honest.
And what do you think about the results?
Yeah, okay, so most people look like they're in that 1 to 3 conferences. Looks like we have quite a few people that it's their first though too, which is pretty exciting. I think you chose a good one and coming here and checking it out. So yeah, it looks like we do have some people kind of in that more than 4 category as well, but maybe not quite as many. So.
And the same as you, like being online has opened up so many doors for speakers, for different types of events. So yeah, I've been to a lot, but it's all different at the moment, isn't it? So we've got some questions for you, and I'm not surprised because
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the conference as much as I am, and I also hope you had an opportunity to have a short rest during our break. And it's time to come back to the conference activities. In a moment, I will announce the next speaker. And just as a reminder that after the talk, you could join the discussion room on API testing. But first, let's have a few words about our sponsors. So first, to our gold sponsor, Microsoft. The mission of Microsoft is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. Microsoft enables digital transformation for the era of intelligent cloud and intelligent edge. Check news.microsoft.com. And our gold sponsor, Mabel. Mabel is a low-code intelligent test automation solution. Agile teams use Mabel's SaaS platform for creating, executing, and maintaining automated end-to-end tests that integrate directly into the development lifecycle. So check them out. And now our next speaker is Juliet McPhail. Juliet is a product manager at Mabel. She's passionate about understanding core challenges in test automation space and enabling the transition to quality engineering. Her talk will be how low-code enables continuous testing in DevOps. This talk will cover how low-code test automation solutions like Mabel enables teams to embed automated tests directly into the development pipelines, strategies to overcome traditional challenges with test automation, and how to build a foundation for an efficient and effective test strategy. But before we get to the talk, Juliet has posed a question for all of you. And the question is, where is your team in their DevOps journey? Are they just aspiring, making strides, mostly DevOps with some automation, fully DevOps and everything is automated, or none of this? So you can check, you can go to Slido and put the code 1819 to leave your vote there. So we'll take a look at the poll results at the start of the Q&A session following the talk. Don't forget to ask questions on Discord at the channel Talk Q&A. Give Juliet a big round of applause in the Talk Q&A channel. And Juliet, the stage is all yours.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Today, we'll be talking about how low-code enables continuous testing and DevOps. It is so great to be here with you all today. My name is Juliet McPhail, and I'm a product manager at Mabel, which is an intelligent low-code test automation solution. I've been with Mabel for about 2.5 years now, and I'm currently the product manager for our browser and API testing team. And that really focuses on test creation and execution across both browser and API tests. So in this talk, I'm going to be focusing on 3 key points. The first is that test automation is really central to any effort in order to succeed in DevOps. The second is an assertion that siloed approaches to test automation don't work. And finally, that low-code automation enables us to get rid of these silos and produce better results in our quality engineering efforts. So let's dive in. So first and foremost, it is really such an exciting time to be someone who's focused on quality engineering because there are so many critical trends in the industry. And we're also realizing that quality engineering plays a critical role in this as well for enabling innovation. And whether you're looking to broaden your adoption of Agile or move to DevOps, perhaps your team wants to migrate to the cloud or shift left, quality engineering is really ultimately an enabler for all of these key trends. And effectively, what we're trying to do in software today is accelerate the pace of innovation with quality. We really want high velocity and throughput in these pipelines, and we want to be able to create and deploy changes constantly. So whether that's through code or configuration or upgrading, or even dealing with the change that's happening with your integrated partners, because you likely consume a lot of services via API from third parties. And so we want to be able to embrace that change with velocity and throughput. Now that also needs to be under the watchful eye of a system that can ensure quality. And that's really where test automation comes into play. And we know that we're successful in implementing test automation when we have a high level of automation, but we also have high confidence in our ability to deploy changes with good quality. So this is really an interesting point. And this is also the problem that we saw in last year's DevOps report. We know that when we have a low level of test automation, we also have relatively little confidence in being able to deploy changes. And as that level of testing and deployment automation increases, we can see that confidence increases as well. And this is really key as we move towards a continuous testing model. Because despite the fact that we know we want to get to this high level of automation, so we're confident in dealing with all of that change, very few teams have realized the level of automation necessary to deploy with confidence. And we have work to do to get there. And really the risk here is that if we don't, is that we don't realize this vision of those high velocity, high quality pipelines. Because what we have to do here is slow down the throughput in order to manage quality. And that means you have limited capacity that would be able to verify those changes from a QA perspective. And so this is the risk that we end up having this bottleneck. Despite the fact that there's been so much innovation on this side, we're not actually able to have that throughput. And so this next era really tries to overcome that. And this all starts with the assertion that if you want to automate a process, you have to build intelligence into it. And we know this intuitively in places outside of test automation. So for example, if I wanted to build a self-driving car, I wouldn't just say, okay, I'm going to build the engine, give it a set of instructions, and then just go have it drive, which is effectively what we've done historically with test automation. You would really recognize intuitively that the car has to have a lot of sensors and a lot of data. We need to use a GPS, and then you have to actually be able to read what's happening in real time when you're out on the road. And then we have to build machine learning and other models in place in order to make intelligent decisions. And then once you can do all of that, you can plug that brain into the control plane that actually automates the driving. And then we have some potential there. And effectively with test automation, that's where we're going now, right? And we're saying, look, it's not just about the drivers that can move a browser, move a mobile app, or interact with an API. Once you understand the intent of automation, you have to collect the data, analyze the data, and make good decisions in order for that automation to be effective. And so low code here is really a key tenet of quality engineering. And if we don't focus on low code, then we're likely to limit the number of people and the roles who can actually participate in quality on our teams. So when I talk about intent, we're really referring to testing the things that you would look for if you were manually testing. And we can separate that out from automation. So when the intent is actually manifested in the test itself, automation can then drive the execution of it. And we actually let Mabel handle this part. So when we allow teams to focus on the intent and the functionality that they want to share, we present them with a low-code interface, and then we let the system handle that implementation. And what that means is that not only developers, but manual testers, product owners, support people, and others can all participate in quality, and we don't end up in silos. So another aspect of this is that once you separate the intent from the implementation, is that we can build a system that can be very intelligent. So as an example, let's say that the intent for a test is to submit a form, and there's a submit button on that form. Perhaps my team is looking to make some changes, and they end up changing the ID of that submit button. With more traditional test automation solutions, that test is actually going to fail because it relied on the ID in order to locate the button. But in this new era, since we're collecting so much information as we're running your tests, the system knows that even though the ID changed, the button is still there, and we actually can locate it using numerous different techniques and attributes. And the system will attempt to locate that button and proceed with the test. And when we can correctly identify that an element has changed, we'll actually update that test automatically based on the information we've learned. And that's what we call auto-healing. So we're able to accomplish this by separating intent from implementation, letting the system actually handle that implementation, and enabling people to express intent with as little code as possible. So the other important thing to note here is that so many teams have spent engineering years building out sophisticated script-based test automation frameworks, and we don't want to lose that work. And with Mabel, you can import any existing Selenium test that your team may have and export those tests to Selenium IDE. So this really allows you to avoid vendor lock-in, but also leverage the hard work your team has done and incorporate intelligence and machine learning into the execution of these tests. And so that's really the technology side of low code plus intelligence. And that gives us the capability to solve a lot of the problems that we've seen with test automation in the past. However, having the technology by itself is really insufficient, because where we're going to see the benefits of this is when we can roll out these solutions organizationally and fit them in the right places with the right roles. And if we don't, we actually end up seeing a lot of failures with these initiatives, despite the fact the technology is there. So as you've seen in DevOps, the vision here is really to build intelligent automation from the very beginning to the very end of the pipeline. And that starts when you're working on a local branch for a feature or a change. And that really goes all the way through to production, and that change actually reaches production. So today we're going to talk through each of these different stages, and I'll provide you with a couple of examples of what I mean when I say it's really about figuring out who will do what at that stage. So let's start out with the code base that's local to a developer's machine. The goal of this stage is that we want to have working changes. So perhaps I create a new feature that you want to validate before actually merging that to main. In this stage, we also want to make sure that we have core end-to-end test coverage in place. So for this feature, it may not test all of the scenarios, but we're exercising that happy path. And then from a quality perspective, in this stage, we also want to have a plan. So we want to know that what testing we need to do in the future, what coverage we already have, what the risk is, and so forth, so we actually can enable our team to make those changes. And so just to give you a couple of examples, in this stage, what we believe is that the developers who is creating those changes should be executing some set of initial tests end-to-end locally. And so if you're using Mabel, you can actually use the Mabel command line interface. And if your team's already using Jest, you can actually automate this via the command line interface to happen on every commit. And that means that if you have a set of related tests, you can run them in an unobtrusive way, perhaps in the background, to let you know whether your changes are breaking any existing tests and if those tests are finding defects. But while you're still working locally, the goal would be to know whether or not you're breaking any of the core tasks in your application, and to have those tests help you find out whether you're introducing regressions. So this process can really happen seamlessly by running those tests in the command line automatically. And what's really important to note is that this isn't just limited to developers on your team. If you have a quality engineer who's paired with a developer, that developer can be pushing their branch right back to GitHub. And then the quality engineer can be pulling that branch down, running it locally, and beginning to get more comfortable with those changes. And next, the other thing we can be doing during this phase is that while you have your code branch, you can also create a branch for that set of tests in Mabel and test those changes that will be related to the code branch. So you can see in this specific example, I have my branch, I have some tests that I've created or modified so that we're all ready to go when we reach this next step. And before we do that, we'll also want to know how much work is remaining from a testing perspective around this feature. So for example, if I was working on a workspace feature, I'd want to know what other tests are related to this feature already. Am I likely going to need to change any of those tests in order to have adequate test coverage? And in the next stage, am I going to want to add any additional tests here? And with a tool like Mabel, we actually already have a coverage feature where you can search basically by page and see what tests you have related to that page. Are those good tests? Do they have enough assertions? Are they effectively validating the functionality of that page? And so you can use that feature when we're in the coding stage to get a sense of what changes you might want to make as we move forward. So let's move on to what I believe is the most pivotal point in the process for a DevOps-oriented team. And that's the moment of a pull request, meaning I have a set of changes, both from a testing perspective and a code perspective, that I'm proposing we merge into our main branch. And we have some goals here as well. So the first one is I don't want to deploy or merge something right away without sufficient testing, because once we reach that main branch, by default, and most teams, it's on its way out to the rest of an automated process for our pipeline. So the first goal here really is let's not merge something that we know is going to stop our pipeline. And so coming out of this stage, we also want to ensure that there's effective end-to-end test coverage that's related to my change. And then finally, and perhaps most subtly, we also want to know that we're setting the team up for long-term success. And I'll talk about that more in a moment. But before any of that, let's make sure we're not breaking anything before we merge this into main. So in this particular example, let's say we have a set of Mabel smoke tests that run automatically and continuously as part of our build process. So as soon as you put up your PR, we're running a set of headless smoke tests, and if your build fails, you won't be able to merge that PR or get it approved. So you'll know that you're failing those core headless tests, and all of that's actually automated. So as another example, when I talked about effective test coverage, using a low-code framework like Mabel, anyone can actually participate in reviewing and providing feedback on the logic of tests. Is the test actually structured correctly? Are we fully validating the feature with the right assertions? And you can see here that it's intuitive. Anyone can review this test and understand. You don't have to necessarily understand the nuances of the framework or have a development background. So we really can avoid silos here as well. But there is also an area in this type of automation where having specialized knowledge is definitely important, especially around approaches to reusability, setup, teardown, environments, and overall test coverage best practices. And that's important for making sure we're setting ourselves up for long-term success. And this is a moment where you can really have some automation expertise on the team. Perhaps you have a central automation lead that's participating here as well, and they can work with your various sprint teams to ensure that we're not incurring tech debt. So another thing that we can do at this stage from a collaboration perspective is that we can execute the regression tests that have been created before this release. And we can do all that right in our pipeline. So if your team uses preview environments or ephemeral environments where you put your changes up for PR, we can run those full regression suites and cross-browser tests at that stage. And so we actually can get all that information within the context of the PR itself. And so before I approve that change or merge those changes into the main branch, I can also review all of the testing that's happened and all the code, including whether or not we validate our core scenarios. And you also can actually click right into the detail from the PR as well. So next, we're going to hit our deployment stage. And let's say that we know everything looks good in terms of the core functionality in the code. We've gone ahead and merged those changes into our main branch. Now this is all really in our automated pipeline. And so the goal here is let's make sure that we're not going to allow defects out into production. We want to make sure that we have comprehensive testing related to our changes before any of this gets deployed. And we also want to have a broader understanding of quality beyond pass or fail. And that includes a comprehensive understanding of the change and what its impact is on quality overall. So there are a couple of examples here as well. The first is in that stage, let's make sure we can identify issues and triage them as quickly as possible. So let's say here we have a failed test. And maybe we actually have a button where you can create an issue in Jira directly from your test results. And when you create that issue in Jira for a test failure or a bug report, you can see that it automatically populates all of the information that a developer needs to understand the issue. And that includes the screenshot, the HAR file, the DOM snapshot, to ensure there's an understanding of the status of the product during that test failure. And this also allows you to avoid any unnecessary back and forth between teammates during the triage and investigation process. So next, let's move beyond passing and failing tests to really developing a shared view across the team in terms of quality. So Maple will automatically detect other quality issues even when your tests pass. Did we see any new JavaScript errors in our console after our latest deploy? Do we have any new broken links within the application that were a part of those tests? And for each test, we're also able to see across all of your steps what the total page load time was and how that's actually trending. So in this particular test, we can see that it took about 20% more time than it usually takes, which allows us to identify trends and performance issues early on. So now here's an example of what we can do in this stage to really focus on expanding coverage. So you all are likely familiar with this concept of data-driven testing. And once your test actually exists, with just a few clicks, I can actually add in a variety of different scenarios that I want to test using data tables in Mabel. And that doesn't require writing any code, and it really allows me to multiply the coverage that I have. So adding new scenarios is really just as simple as adding a new row to this table and typing in additional values. And so again, this really focuses on making testing more accessible. Even as a product person, I can really easily contribute to this. So another exciting aspect of this is that without writing any code, you can also take advantage of libraries like Figure or Math.js. And this allows you to randomize your data to increase test coverage by creating realistic data that you can tailor to your specific use cases or scenarios, which is especially helpful if you're testing various form inputs or looking to generate test data. And we can actually also expand coverage across devices. So perhaps I'm looking to test a responsive application. So not just focusing on testing across major browsers, I'm also testing across different devices and reviewing those changes in an intelligent testing service to confirm that my application is appropriately responsive. And really, testing across mobile is becoming more critical than ever. In 2020, over 60% of US website visits actually originate on mobile devices. And historically, mobile testing is not an easy task. Mabel allows your team to validate the user experience across responsive applications and deliver a seamless experience for your users, regardless of the device they may be using. And with the benefits of low code, this is also another good example where you don't have to have highly specialized automation experience. And so I hope those are some good examples of where low-code intelligent tools like Mabel can help get the entire team to participate in quality, which will help you get test automation coverage and confidence that you need to help innovate quickly. And many teams are currently on this journey. And we're also really excited to see so many teams seeing an order of magnitude benefit in terms of achieving higher test coverage and reducing the maintenance burden associated with testing, and in general, reducing the amount of effort they spend on regression testing. So this is really what we're working towards. We're looking to enable the move to DevOps by integrating testing deeply within your workflows, making sure that it's fast and flexible for the entire team that works with modern stacks, whether you're running in CI/CD, using single-page application frameworks or otherwise, that everyone in the team can actually participate in quality. And we also want to ensure that the tests we build are robust and reliable. By incorporating machine learning and intelligence into automation, tests can continue to develop alongside your application. And once we have all of these key pieces, we're democratizing testing to allow everyone to build and maintain tests across the development lifecycle. So thank you all so much for your time today. I'm really looking forward to hearing all of your questions.
That was a brilliant lecture. I'm so glad to have to being able to watch it. So let me see. Let's first take a look at the poll that we had. Let me see if I can get the results here. Hi, Juliette. Thanks for the lecture. It was awesome. So
thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Let's discuss a little bit about the poll results. So we have the poll results on screen, and it seems that most of the people, or the majority, have some DevOps with some automation, and there are less percentage for the other answers. So what's your takeaway on that?
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting because I do feel like we see a lot of folks here kind of falling more in that middle group. And I feel like journey is truly the right term for this experience, you know, because it does take a lot of time and energy to, you know, reconcile these various tool sets and implement new tooling and automation. So I think this is really indicative of a lot of folks, you know, moving through that journey, moving through that process of, you know, achieving more automation, more efficiency in their pipelines.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as we are progressing into that direction, I think that's a good sign, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those things where you're never fully done. You know, you're always working towards it. So I do hope my talk provided some insight on how you can start moving in that direction as well, especially if, you know, you're in that aspiring stage.
Exactly, yeah. So we have some questions from the audience, and the first one is from
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production.
Now it's time for you to join Juliet in her speaker's room on spatial.chat. The link to join is on the timeline. And with that, we can also evaluate how did you like Juliet's talk? So feel free to give your review there. And over to Richard.
Thank you very much, Velma. So it's time to thank some more of our awesome sponsors. This time it's Tundra Foresight. Hopefully we got that right. Tundra is a software company for developers, QAs, and testers who like to develop, debug, test, and deliver modern microservices on the cloud. And they provide a shift-left observability approach for developers. So sounds like an awesome, doing the coolest thing place to work. So yeah, check them out. And again, some more of our silver sponsors this time. We have Stream, and I love the name of this, Bird Eats Bug. It definitely got my attention, who are some silver sponsors. So again, a huge thank you for supporting TestJS Summit. So on to another talk. I'm excited for this one because there's a lot of noise at the moment around Playwright. So I'm curious to see how they've approached the test runner. So our next talk is Andrei Lushnikov, who in the past has been a Chrome Developer Tools engineer and worked on Puppeteer. So huge thanks from me because they were fantastic tools. And now they are also a member of the CoreWrite team. Excuse me. Unfortunately, we won't have a live Q&A session for Andre. However, some of his colleagues will be around to answer some questions in one of the chat rooms. So in that said, let's play the talk.
Hi everybody, my name is Andrei, and today I would like to introduce you to the new Playwright Test Runner. So let's start. So first thing first, what is Playwright Test? Well, it is a cross-browser web testing framework written in Node.js, which basically means that you can author your tests in JavaScript or TypeScript. Now, it is free and open source and sponsored by Microsoft and is already extensively used in the industry. Now, this is all good, but it doesn't answer the big looming question. So why did we do yet another test runner? So honestly, we did not intend to. There is a lot of different test runners in JavaScript, but turns out they are all unit test runners. Whereas in end-to-end testing, there's lots of very hard challenges. So for example, you want your test runner to support cross-browser tests out of the box. You want them to be parallelized out of the box as well. And you want them to be isolated, and Playwright, for example, has a set of unique APIs to make sure that test isolation is fast and reliable. And of course, we want these to be used. And last but not least, history shows that end-to-end tests require a crazy level of flexibility in the configuration, because there are many different configurations we want to use to run the same test. And we were inspired by PyTest fixtures, so fixtures are implemented in Playwright test as well. So Playwright test is our answer to end-to-end tests, and this is the test runner that was built specifically to address all of the end-to-end testing needs. So we have quite a lot to talk about in this talk, and we have just 20 minutes. So let's jump straight in to the first chapter, which is getting started. Okay, so the best way to show something is actually to show something. So let me hop to my terminal, and I will create a new folder, and I will start from scratch and initialize a new npm project. Now, let's do npm init playwright. And what this does is actually sets up this project to use Playwright for me. And while doing so, it will ask me all kinds of different questions. For example, what language do I want to use to author tests? And it is TypeScript, because I actually don't need to set up anything additional. I can just author my tests in TypeScript, and they will be transpiled to JavaScript and run seamlessly. No need to do Babel on Webpack or anything. It will ask me where to put my tests. It will, of course, I want to have a GitHub Actions workflow. And yeah, examples are good. So now, once I answered all the questions, it installs all the dependencies for the npm, downloads all the browsers. I have them downloaded already, so these are being reused. And now I'm here with a bunch of sources pre-created for me. Let's look into these sources. First, we have this example end-to-end test. So it is just 7 lines of code, and let's pretend that we don't know what Playwright is. Let's just read it. So first line, we import something, test and expect from the package we just installed. Now, test turned out to be a function, and we use it to create a test. We give it a basic name, and we pass in a callback, which is actually a test body. Interestingly, as an argument in the test body, we have this page that comes from the Playwright test framework. And this is a well-isolated test page that's different for every test, and no tests have pages or any of the state clashing. So this is the isolation we talked about. Now, this is a browser page, so we can navigate it to a certain website, and then we can locate an element using a text on the page, and after that we can click what we located, and everything is async. So yeah, we wait for it to complete. It looks like it does some kind of navigation, so after this we can expect the page to have a certain title, like getting started regex. Pretty transparent. Okay, what else do we have? We have this configuration file. This time I will actually use Vim to go into it. Now, this is a generated file, and it has lots of comments so that you can easily go through it and understand what's going on. we don't need any of this stuff. I want to focus on this projects array. Now, projects are kind of environments. We have only one test, and we want to run this test in different browsers, like in Firefox or in Chrome. And this is what projects are for. So here we have 5 projects pre-set up for us. We have desktop Chrome, desktop Firefox, desktop Safari, all good. And we even have mobile emulation for Pixel 5, which is Android, and iPhone 12, which is a mobile Safari. So we have one test and 5 projects, which means we'll run 5 times this test. Let's see how this actually happens. So to run tests, I can do npx playwright test, and as I run this command, it runs 5 tests using 5 workers. So we were right that it actually runs 5 tests, which is nice. But the other important thing is that it actually uses 5 workers. So all of these test runs are happening in parallel and actually only take 8 seconds, which is pretty fast. Okay, so out of the box, we didn't do anything. We already got cross-browser test runs, we got device emulation, and we got parallels, right? We can run these tests in parallel on our machine, which is very powerful. It saves lots of time. Now, I know people love reporters, and there are all kinds of different reporters that we can use to customize the output here. So we can use a line reporter, for example, and this gives us this fancy interactive terminal prompt. Or I can say HTML reporter, and this will give me a visual result. So it will run all the tests with a line reporter by default, and it will prompt me to open the result with this command. Now, I have my tests. They've been run into 5 different environments, 5 different projects, and I can click into my test to explore all the actions that happened inside of it. So this is pretty cool and powerful. And I've also heard that folks love Allure, and you can actually do npm install-d Allure playwright, and this will add a third-party Allure reporter that you can use with reporter Allure playwright, like this. And this will actually generate an Allure report for you. Okay, so this was a very fast getting started demo. Let's do a quick recap. So we can create install playwright into projects with this npm init playwright helper script. And once we have playwright installed, we can actually run tests with npx playwright test. And it all runs in parallel. And this is what playwright actually looks like. It's very simple and intuitive API. And this is a single API to control all of the different browsers. And of course, we have reporters, we have Allure report, we have HTML reporter, we even have JUnit reporter if you're in this kind of stuff. Okay, so we just played with like how do we get started. Let's author some new tests. And now I want to show you a new thing, which is called CodeGen. So for this, well, let me clear my screen. I'll do npx playwright CodeGen, and I'll save the results of what I will generate to github.spec.js. So as I do so, 2 windows are being opened. So the first window, the browser window, is just a regular Chrome window, while the second one is this Playwright Inspector, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. And it has this gloomy red record button highlighted. Now, everything that I do inside the browser is actually recorded by the recorder. And I just navigated to Microsoft, and I have this page go to navigation. So I can actually keep interacting with my web page. I can say playwright, wait for it to search, hit the playwright button. As you see, as I hover over different elements on the page, I have this black box with white text underneath my cursor. So this shows me the selector that will be used as I will interact with the page. So yeah, I'll hit issues, and I'll just keep going. Electron, type, and yeah, let's click on Pavel. And this is good enough. And I can turn off the recording and quit my browser. Now, let's see if we actually have things recorded. And we have our script, which is good, but does it work? So to make sure that it actually works, I can run just this GitHub file. And this way, I actually filter by file name. But we have multiple projects. I don't need them for now. I just want to run in desktop Chrome, for example. And I actually want you to see how it's been run, so I want to run it in a headed mode. And this is a browser window. It goes, navigates, and this is how the script progresses. And finally, it completes in mere 8 seconds. Pretty fast. Okay. So it is really easy to author a new test with CodeGen, and if I want to change something, I can always go and hop into my editor of choice and change certain lines here and there. Now, let's pretend that this test actually does not work. How do I debug it? Well, turns out it's pretty easy. I can just say there's debug for my test, and again, it will open 2 windows for me. This one is a browser window that will run this test. And I will resize it to uncover the second window, which is a Playwright Inspector window. So I didn't have the opportunity to show you around this Playwright Inspector UI, so here I am. Let me show you around. So we have 4 parts in this UI. In the very center, we have this source code of the tests that you are debugging, and we have a highlighted execution line, which is actually paused on the current playwright position. I can control this execution line using the control panel here. For example, I can click step over to step over this command. And as I step over navigation, well, the page in my browser navigates. Down below here, I have the log of all the actions that that Playwright actually is doing. I can see that page go to succeeded. There is a green check mark. It took it just 2 seconds. And we are doing page click and we are paused. And you can expand these actions and see what's actually happening inside. And page click is already pre-expanded for me. And I can see all kind of stuff that's happening here. And for example, Playwright was waiting for element to be visible and enabled and stable, and it scrolls into the view and it does all kinds of stuff. And this is the auto waiting that's built in, and this is how we actually make sure that all your clicks are actually happening for reals. We even make sure that the element receives pointer events in a certain location. And this is where we are about to click, and you can see this location in the browser window marked as a red dot. So this is where we are aiming right now. Okay, so last but not least, we have this 4th section, which is a selector playground, and it is currently highlighting this placeholder find the repository. This is the selector that will be used for the action that's paused right now. I can change this and say, for example, text equals tslib, and as I change and type different selectors here, elements are being selected in the browser page. And this is cool, but this explore button is even more cool. So as I click it, the Chrome window will activate. Bam! Now, as I hover over the different parts of the page, I can see different selectors here, in this black box underneath my cursor. And as I click on this element, for example, this selector is being pasted into this input field. So I can further refine it, for example, or I can just copy it and paste into my editor. And this is Playwright Inspector, and this is how we debug tests in Playwright. Let's go back to our presentation. So we just saw how we can generate tests with MPX Playwright CodeGen. And we saw Playwright Inspector, which is as easy to open as passing --debug flag to your command. And once you do so, you are presented with this beautiful, gorgeous UI that shows you everything you need to know about your test. Okay, so this all is very cool, but this all happened locally on my machine, which means the test was failing locally, and I had a very nice repro. I can reproduce the failure and I can debug it using Playwright Inspector. But what would I do if this failure would actually happen somewhere in the cloud and I would not have any way to reproduce it locally? Of course, I can take a screenshot or, for example, record a video of the whole run, but wouldn't it be cool if I can actually deep dive into the browser internals, into the browser console or network actions, or go and even maybe deep dive into the page DOM after each action of my test execution? So it turns out this is actually possible, and this is possible with something called Playwright Tracing. So let me tell you about Playwright Tracing. But before we actually talk about tracing, a little bit of a terminology. So first thing first, we call this term post-mortem debugging, and this is a debugging of a test failure that happens somewhere far away, and there is no basically way for me to reproduce it locally. So to debug this kind of failures, and these are very nasty failures, we usually use things such as test artifacts, which are any byproducts of test running. Things like logs or screenshots of videos, all of these actually count as test artifacts. Now, in Playwright, we actually have this unique type of artifact, which is called tracing. And turns out that tracing by itself is much more capable than both videos and screenshots combined. So let me explain you what it is, and I'll show you how it works. So Playwright Tracing is this technology that consists of two parts. First is these trace.zip files, and these are actually the artifacts. And this is a portable file format that has all the information about the Playwright test run, such as actions, events, screencast, network log, even console log, and DOM snapshots for each of the actions. And then we also have Trace Viewer. And Trace Viewer is this program that is actually bundled with Playwright that lets you look into these trace files and explore them. And since Playwright V1.17, we even have trace.playwright.dev, a special website where you can drop all the traces and it will be presented to you. So let me actually give you a demo of what it looks like. So here I conveniently have a repository created specifically for this presentation. But here in this repository, I have an action and it is failing. So let's explore. So for some reason, something is been timing out, and it even tells me go and open show trace. So let me actually do this. I'll go to summary, and in GitHub Actions, we have all the artifacts uploaded. And if you actually use a GitHub action that we pre-configure for you, it will upload all the artifacts automatically. So I can just download this trace file, have it here, unzip it, and this is a trace file. And I'll use this trace.playwright.dev file, and I will just get this trace and drag and drop it of the area. And this is the Trace Your UI. So a lot of stuff is actually going on here. So let me show you around. So up here, we have a timeline. And you can hover over timeline and scrub over it to see how things are like happening inside your web page. This is pretty much like a screencast, but the screencast is actually overlaid with all the actions. Like these bars above the screencast, these are the actions. So for example, up here, I can see that navigation took something around 600 milliseconds. And this is blue line is a page.go to call. And so on. I can see here's a click, here's some expect, here's another click, and so on. Now on the left hand side, I have the list of all the actions in my script in a chronological order. And this is actually keyboard navigable. I can go up and down to select different actions. And for each actions, on the right hand side, I have this panel with all the information about this action. And I have all the console messages that are happening during this action run, and even all the networks that's happening here, right? So navigation is obviously very heavy on network. Well, and in the middle here, we have a DOM snapshot. So this thing is not a screenshot, it's snapshot, which means it's a real HTML, real CSS. You can scroll it. You can even, type into input fields. There is no JavaScript, so it will not react. But other than that, CSS hovers, all of the stuff works. And you can even go and inspect it with DevTools. So here I am. I can use DevTools to look into the DOM of GitHub, which is very nice, and it gives me limitless capabilities. Now, for clicks and wait for navigations, like all of these actions we have here. And well, last but not least, we can see that this last one, page click, we tried to click on something called woof, and this action timed out. So, well, honestly, there is no woof on this page, so it's very predictable. And this was Trace Viewer. So please use trace.playwright.dev. It's a very nice website. And once you do, you'll have this beautiful UI with all the goodies and bells and whistles that I showed you. And this is it for today's presentation. Recap. So Playwright test. Well, first of all, you can install it with npm init playwright. You can author new tests with CodeGen. You can debug your test with Inspector, and you can do post-mortem debugging with tracing. So if you use Playwright test, you are basically covered in all your life stages as a test author. If you like what you've seen, please head over to our documentation to learn more about Playwright. We are also present on social channels. Please join our Slack. We are very active there. Follow us on Twitter, subscribe to our YouTube, and give us a star on GitHub. Thank you for listening.
Oh, wow, that was really interesting. I have a lot of experience with the DevTools from Mozilla, as I'm a contributor, as I mentioned, for more than 10 years. Yes, I'm a bit old. Experience, I will call. And I was super intrigued by the presentation. I'm very upset, well, not upset, but sad that Audrey couldn't join us today. But as mentioned at the beginning by Richard, his colleagues are in the discussion with us, so you can always ping there and talk with them about Playwright. And don't forget to rate the talk and let Audrey know how it went for you. Going forward, we want to give a shout out to our media partners. And Code Stacker, I think I'm pronouncing okay, or hope for that, creates tutorials about web development, including coding languages such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Python, and PHP. We should probably also check with Richard later. How is he with the JavaScript hating status? Don't forget about that one. And second, Kevin is a front-end engineer and tester, and runs the YouTube channel Front-End Testing with Kevin. Check that out. He also has a course on the web app in testing, and you can find that at learn.webdriver.io. And it wouldn't be me about not mentioning Twitter. I just spent the last few minutes there also checking how it's going. We have plenty of tweets, and I love the screenshots that you share. I also checked almost everyone setup. I was so jealous about them. I'm gonna share an update of my screen share, setup for this talk in a bit after. And keep them coming. We have this raffle there. Use the hashtag TestJS Summit. And don't post how you feel about the sessions, which sentences or like learnings that you have from there, cute slides that you share, everything in between. The next session, the next talk, I think is the most interesting because it will be flashy, it will be like lightning strikes. And that means that we'll have shorter, but I would say more interesting, is like will spark an interest in you. Maybe the talk will be a bit shorter than the rest, but definitely you afterwards investigating what you've learned will be a bit more. And we have 5 of them. And at the end, we will have some questions. So again, as you know, enter them in the Pound channel and Discourse, and we'll take it at the end.
What's up, TestJS Summit? I'm Scott Gerlach, Chief Security Officer and co-founder here at StackHawk. Thanks for taking time to check out StackHawk, and I hope you're having a great conference with TestJS Summit. Quickly, StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool. You can use it to test your running HTTP applications and API endpoints for security bugs and keep them from becoming vulnerable. You can use StackHawk to run active security tests on your running REST API, GraphQL API, SOAP API, server-side application, and single-page applications. StackHawk was built for automation and CI/CD to be part of your robust testing strategy for your application development lifecycle. It also makes finding, understanding, and fixing security bugs easy. How does StackHawk work, you ask? Great question. StackHawk runs active security tests against your running applications to ensure that your application is handling user input and output in a safe manner, as well as implementing OWASP Top 10 best practices for application security. We can do this against your running application on your local host, in CI/CD workflows, and against applications that have yet to be published on the internet. We also made dynamic testing fast by placing the scanner as close to the application as possible, and by using open standards to inform the scanner, open API spec, GraphQL introspection queries, SOAP WSDL. In addition to the scanner tuning we've made, most StackHawk customer applications scan average around or under 10 minutes. Finding and fixing security issues is simple with StackHawk. Our focus as a company is to help developers find and, most importantly, fix security issues. The StackHawk scanner and platform are built around this simplicity model. The scanner is configured via YAML that lives with the code for the application that you're testing. When StackHawk findings are triaged, the platform is trying to give you the simplest version of the information needed to help you quickly understand what the problem is with simple descriptions and examples of patterns to help you identify the anti-pattern, be able to recreate the issue with tools like simple curl command to replay the attack, and get you into debug mode, stepping through code as fast as possible to help you fix issues and get back to your regular job of creating value for your customers. All of this is CI/CD enabled. Again, you can integrate this into your CI process and, importantly, get feedback into the CI process on scan findings. This information can be used to break a build if you choose, based on severity of untriaged findings. Most of the major CI player logos are shown here on this slide, and even if your particular one isn't, chances are pretty good StackHawk will work in your platform as long as it can run a Docker container. If you can run Docker, you can run StackHawk. You can also see here StackHawk integrates with your workflow and information tools. We can notify you of your scan results in a Slack channel, publish that information to Datadog, or send you a simple webhook message that you can then use to process and do with the data what you choose. Let's take a look at what running the StackHawk scanner looks like. As you can see here, I've got a standard server-side application. This one is a polls app that I want to test for security issues. So over here on my command line, I've got a simple Docker command that I ran. So Docker run StackHawk. I fed it the StackHawk YAML. We'll look at that in a second. As you can see, it did a standard crawl looking for all the interesting things on the web page that it could, and then it did an attack. So it actively attacked this application for potential security issues. When it was all done, we've got a summary of these findings. So I've actually got a SQL injection issue that I need to take care of. You can see that it's new. I also have a cross-site scripting issue that I've done something with before. I actually made a ticket out of this. So now it's in an assigned status. We've got a bunch of other things that we can look at as well, but let's take a look at those too. Down here at the bottom, we actually have a link to this scan, so we can actually take this link and paste it into a browser. By the way, output in a CI/CD system would look very much like this because this is the standard output. So if you did choose to break a build, you would have this same link in CI/CD output. So we can go over here to our web browser and jump right into the scan that we're looking at. We were just looking at this exact same scan. We've got this SQL injection issue that we can look at quickly. You can see that we've got a SQL injection issue. We're quickly describing what SQL injection is, how to remediate it, what it's about, and what risks it might pose to an application. We also have links to different language frameworks that show you the pattern of how to prevent SQL injection in Spring, Laravel, Django, and Rails, so that you can help identify the anti-pattern that we're looking for. Let's take a look at this particular issue here. So we can see that on the polls SQL path, we have a post method that has some kind of an issue. Over on our right-hand panel, we've got a request and response of what the scanner actually did and then came back with. So we can see that the scanner made a request here against the application and it responded in some form or fashion. We can actually see that the scanner made a case when injection here. So we could replay this if we wanted to. This is all helping you understand what the scanner is trying to do and what issue it thinks it's found. But interestingly, we've got this really cool validate button up here. As I mentioned before, this validate button gives you a curl command of exactly what the scanner did to identify this particular issue. So you can copy and replay this attack against an application. Let's take a look at that StackHawk YAML. Here you can see the code that I've used to build my polls application. Inside of this repository, I've also stored the StackHawk YAML. The StackHawk YAML is how you configure the StackHawk scanner. So you can see the important information that's in here is where do I find the application I need to test? In this case, it's running on my local machine, so localhost 8020. What environment am I in? And what is the application ID? That is the minimal amount of information you need to run a StackHawk scan against your application. There are other pieces of information that help tune the scanner to your application, such as authentication, how to handle cookies and CSRF tokens, as well as things you don't want the scanner to scan. If you wanted to add OpenAPI spec or GraphQL, minimal additional configuration is needed to make that happen, to point the scanner at those industry standard definitions of REST API and GraphQL. Now let's say we don't have time to fix this particular issue. We need to get this feature out for our customer, but we do want to fix it. So we can push this quickly to a Jira ticket. So I can send this to a Jira Cloud or Jira Data Center ticket right now from this particular screen. So I can push this issue straight out to Jira, and now I can prioritize that and bring it back out of the backlog when I'm ready to do it in the next sprint or in the next epic. As you will see, this has now turned into a triaged status issue. So when we come back here to our summary of findings, you can see that our cross-site scripting has been triaged and our SQL injections have been triaged. The next time the scanner finds these things, it will remember that you have triaged them already and it will stop trying to bring your attention to it. If you've configured builds to break, this will undo the build break mechanism and your build will continue as normal. I hope you enjoyed my talk today and perhaps learned something new about how StackHawk could be integrated into your development workflow. If you'd like to check out StackHawk and see how you can integrate it into your development process to keep pushing the limits on software development quality, you can always start a free trial at stackhawk.com, and StackHawk is always free to use on a single application. Thanks for watching and enjoy TestJS Summit.
Hello everyone, my name is Tibor Blaneši and I work on static analytics at Sonar Source. And welcome to this talk, which is called Who Guards the Guards? And I would like to show you 3 common pitfalls of JavaScript unit testing. So the first issue I would like to show you is the following one. So imagine you have the following test and you write your expectations there. Do you see the issue? Whatever you do inside the expectation, this test actually never fails, because what is missing is the assertion after the expect. So to have any meaningful testing, it has to look like this. You might be surprised how common this issue is. I will just show you 2 examples. So the first one is in Kibana project, and the second one is in Angular. The next issue I would like to show you might be a bit cosmetic. However, it often helps to have the clear test to better understand the real issue. So in the following test, when you write your assertion, you always need to provide the actual value, which is the result of the test, and your expectation. And the orders in which these values are provided matters. So to the expect, you should provide the result of the computation. And when you invoke some assertion like equal, in this case, it should be the expected value. If you swap it around, you will receive such a message as here, where expected is 2 and it's supposed to equal to 3, which is wrong and it might be confusing. Correctly, it should look like this. You should have the addition in the expect call and it should equal to what your expectation is, in this case 2, which gives better message where 3 is expected to equal the 2. So the result is, what we computed is 3 and our expectation was 2. And here is the actual correct test where you need to correct your computation to have the test to be green. So this is cosmetic, but when you are debugging a more complex issue, it might be really helpful to have a good error message. So here is the real life project having this problem. You see that in the expectation, the test and data is swapped. The third issue I would like to show you in this lightning talk is the following one. Imagine you have a test and this test is going to be always green. Why? Because there is actually no assertion in it. So you are not testing anything. So to fix this test, you should actually assert something. So for example, do you want to assert that this string has the value of string? And here is the real life example from ESLint project where you might have this problem. This often happens when you are dealing with exceptions. So the following test will fail if the exception is thrown as the comment suggests. However, the message is not going to be very nice. Better way to do it is to wrap your call in the expectation and assert that either the exception is thrown, or in this case, it would be to assert that no exception is thrown. So this is the documentation from Chai assertion framework, how to do that. So you might wonder how you can avoid having such issues in your code. And I will show you a small demo how you can do that with SonarLint or SonarCloud or SonarCube. So first I will start with SonarLint. SonarLint is an extension
which you can install in Visual Studio Code. So here is the extension, it's already installed. And here I have the 3 examples I was showing you. So the first one here is the incomplete assertion, where the expectation contains the comparison between some function and the result value. And actually, to have this test, to make it more meaningful, what you should do is to remove the expectation for here and add the assertion, like this. And the issues here disappears. The second problem I was showing, where you can hover here over the squiggly line to see the description. So it says that the 2 arguments in the assertion should be swapped, and the correct order is the actual value first, and then your expectation. So when I exchange the arguments, the issue disappears. And the last problem I was showing was the problem with the missing assertion. So you see here over the squiggly, when I hover over the squiggly line, I see that at least 1 assertion should be in this test. So let's add an assertion here. So let's say we expect the string to be empty. Like this. And the issue disappears. So this is how you can quickly fix it in your IDE, and your editor will notify you when you have this problem. And also, if you want to integrate this sort of static analysis testing for your unit test in your continuous integration pipeline, you can use SonarQube, which you install on premise, or if you prefer the cloud solution, there is Sonar Cloud. So they will both look the same. Here I have the SonarQube, and here is the same file which was analyzed in the continuous integration pipeline. So here you see again the squiggly line where the issues are located. So this is my lightning talk. Thank you for your attention, and goodbye.
Hey, TestJS. I'm Ollie, VP here at New Religion's developer-focused security testing scanner. Thanks for joining as we discuss accurate security testing automation for developers in the CI/CD. Now, a quick intro into New Religion. We're a global team of security experts and researchers creating the best dynamic application security testing scanner built to be loved by developers, to test your apps, your APIs, but more importantly, to also be trusted by your security. You're releasing software faster than ever, and security needs to keep up. And this process needs to be owned by you developers. We enable you to build the scan surface from the very first unit tests, running tests on every build or every pull request. This is seamlessly integrated into your pipelines, but more importantly, with no false positives. So you can trust the output to make detecting and fixing security vulnerabilities really, really quick and really, really simple. But let's take a look at what's under the hood. So, sure, we have a nice UI for security folk to play around with and configure scans manually. But we're built for developers to own the security testing process, as I mentioned. And if you sign up for our free account, you'll see this very, very nice UI, but you'll also immediately notice that you can run scans via the CLI repeater, installed via Docker Compose, NPM, Win, and can actually configure your scans as code with a global YAML configuration-based files integrated into your CI/CD. For more info, you can obviously go and see our docs for a full command list, so you can actually stay in your terminal to manage these scans. So how can you start automating your security testing today? Well, in terms of coverage, we've got you. With Neurolegion, you can start scanning every build for security vulnerabilities as part of your CI, whether that's against your web apps, your internal apps, or indeed against your APIs, whether that's REST, SOAP, or indeed GraphQL. Microservices and single-page applications are fully supported, whether pointing our scanner to a local or indeed a production URL, whether we are ingesting your API schemas or indeed Postman collections, or whether you're uploading your HTTP archive files, your HAR files into our engine. This also means that you can really define the scope of the security test, perhaps against a single entry point or a single endpoint, or against a specific new feature that you just made. These discovery methods can be run separately or indeed concurrently, meaning you can handle client-side dynamic content, JavaScript, and more. Are you using Selenium or indeed Cypress, for example? Well, you can start leveraging those existing functional scripts and get scanning with these HAR files. This means that your developers and QA can now start working together, treating security bugs like your functional ones, without the need to be a cybersecurity expert. Either way, scans are fast, running in minutes or hours, not days, maintaining your DevOps speed. The more you can find and fix, though, the better. We have a comprehensive list of testing categories, covering the OWASP top 10, the OWASP API top 10, the MITRE 25, and indeed more. Additionally, our engine understands the context, understands the responses that we're getting back from the application server. And we can actually use this to test for business logic vulnerabilities, not just your trivial injections, but how can our engine bypass the logic or the validation mechanisms in your applications and APIs, removing even more manual security testing and really and truly putting security testing into the hands of developers. Authenticated scans are fully supported to maximize coverage, whether using form authentication or header authentication, NTLM, OAuth, or indeed custom multi-step authentication, amongst others. We've got you covered in that respect. But I think the biggest issue with security scanners, though, is accuracy, right? Hands up if you love false alerts. Nah, I didn't think so. How much time do you spend validating issues or fixing issues from 6 months or a year ago? DevOps and CI/CD equals automation, correct? How can you do that without accuracy? Developers want to know real issues, not hyperbole. People always talk about reducing false positives. Well, here at Neurolegion, we like to talk about removing false positives altogether for you automatically. Whether you're in a startup or a small organization, probably without a dedicated security team, or you might be a large enterprise organization where developers outweigh security by 50 or indeed 100 to 1. Either way, you're developing and releasing at breakneck speed with multiple builds a day, but also introducing security issues into production at the same speed too. The last thing you want to do is start introducing a bunch of false positives to your workload that needs validation, let alone not being able to actually validate your risk. Results just get ignored, and pretty much the tool will be disabled. False positives and this manual validation of results is crippling your rapid release cycles and adds to your technical debt. Neurolegion Scanner automatically validates every finding with a full proof of concept, with no manual validation required. Your builds aren't going to be failing for no reason, and your JIRA ticket not swelling at the seams with false positives. This example on the right has an automatically generated screenshot of this reflective cross-site scripting security issue, which causes this pop-up executable created perhaps by a malicious user. We automatically look for this reflection as part of our validation process and present it to you, confirming the issue and making sure you're not chasing your tail. But now you know what's being reported is real. How do you fix the issues? Well, we give you full visibility of what's happening. Understand where your recurring issues are or new issues are being detected. Again, fully validated automatically by the engine, so you don't have to do it. Developer-friendly remediation guidelines are provided with additional resources to help you understand the issues and, more importantly, how to fix them. All requests, responses, headers are provided, and all issues can be copied as a curl for debugging with a cool retest feature to execute the same attack or the same payload, making remediation quicker and easier for you, the developer. Assigning engineering teams or assets to specific projects allows you to segregate scanning and get global visibility, whether that's of your scans or indeed of your risk posture, which means teams are creating the same issues, then training can be provided. Look at it as secure training on the go. And all of this seamlessly integrated into your pipelines. With CI/CD and DevOps, we talk about shifting left. DAST has traditionally been carried out in stages 4 and 5, run by security professionals. Tools have been built for security professionals. You can start shifting left, putting DAST into the hands of developers with NeuroLegion. Scan every commit or pull request, get immediate feedback of the issues, no false positives to start fixing now. We have integrations with all your common tools, or better still, use our API and integrate. Jira tickets can be opened, messages sent to relevant colleagues in Slack. Collaboration is seamless, easy, and accurate. So, what are you waiting for? Sign up for a free account and you can be up and scanning in minutes. Connect with us, see our docs for more info. Either way, enjoy the conference and happy, accurate security scanning.
Hey everyone, I'm Burak from Tundra. I'm super excited to be with you all today, and I hope you're having a great time watching these all excellent speakers here at TestJS Summit. Today I'm going to talk about how tracing might help you finding the root causes in your test failures, end-to-end test failures in your distributed systems. Before we get into it, let me introduce myself and also Tundra to you. I'm Burak and working as a product manager here at Tundra. Apart from my professional career, you can see me playing tennis on the courts, and Tundra builds modern tools for developers and QA engineers who develops and deliver apps, modern applications on the cloud. Our flagship product, Foresight, helps you to monitor and debug your CI/CD workflows and tests. And today, we are going to talk about why do end-to-end tests fail, how to debug them, and how tracing can help you to find the root causes easier. Why are they failing? Why do end-to-end tests fail? So they are trying to check every part of your system works together correctly. In short, they are checking the whole application from back to the front. And there may be a couple of reasons of failures, and one of them is time waiting reasons. If you have multiple services communicating with each other, the responses won't be instantaneous, so there might be time-related issues. So another thing is a test may be dependent to another one. So if one fails, there may be 10 other failures occur since that one failure. And another, and the most important one, is inter-service communications. Since end-to-end tests may have different services waiting the responses for each other, so think about it like if you have a checkout system waiting for a shopping cart return, so there may be a possible failure from a different services. See, even though you get a 500 service error, it doesn't tell you what actually happened and where it happened. You can, when there's an error happens, you can debug them by checking the logs obviously. They provide you summary of the whole execution, and although modern tools and IDEs highlights the exact error, you may end up getting lost in thousands of lines to find the exact reason for your failure. And also you can check artifacts such as screenshots and video recordings. This end-to-end test provides end-to-end test scenarios contain user's experience. So you may get help from those kinds of artifacts. However, it may not be enough for you to see what happened behind the curtains. As I mentioned, like if you have, especially working on microservices. So how tracing can help you detect those kinds of failures easier. And tracing actually is a common developer practice for analyzing and understanding the whole application data and the flow. And suppose that something goes wrong with a monolithic application, a developer needs to just go over the stack trace since the whole application runs on a single execution, runs on a single process to figure out what actually happened. Now, actually, imagine that scenario with a distributed app potentially consisting multiple Lambda functions, and there are some external services, external databases, authentication services that your app needs to be worked with. Yet alone, testing those kinds of application is not easy, but you are also trying to find the root causes of the failures. It is really a challenging issue, and those kinds of scenarios need some special tools. And fortunately, Tundra Foresight is that special tool for QA and build engineers. Here, you can see you are seeing a result of a single test case visualized on Tundra Foresight dashboard, not only providing you the logs, messages, error messages, and performance history. If your test case includes some screenshots, you can also see them on Tundra Foresight dashboard. And also, by the help of our novel distributed tracing technology, it's easy to visualize the whole app in a single trace map. You can also, with the help of distributed tracing, you can track message exchange between different kinds of services. And if I click on the trace map, I'll get a map, actually a flow that visualizes the whole jest test execution. You are seeing a jest test execution, and the whole end-to-end test requires some transaction between AWS services such as API Gateway and Lambda. And if you go over and see the red arrow between the Lambda and DynamoDB here, you're seeing a red arrow. So if I click on that, I'll get a summary of those transactions. And after navigating through the trace chart and find the erroneous span, I'll get with the help of time travel debugging, I can see that there is some error saving an item in my add map request, so I can quickly detect the failed reason. For summary, everything fails all the time, but we have limited time to find those kinds of errors. So distributed tracing and Foresight's capabilities helps you to find them easily. It saves your time, you don't need to reproduce the whole application flow again and again, and you just need to only navigate through the application flow and find the root causes of your test and fix bugs and detect bottlenecks on your tests. So thanks for listening to me. This is all for me today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will be very glad to hear your feedbacks and answer your questions. If you want to give it a shot, go check tundra.io.
Hello everyone, I'm Jay, one of the founders at Lambda Test. Thank you for tuning in, and also glad to be a part of TestJS event here. And So just to give you a quick background, so I started Lambda Test 4.5 years ago. I've been building our complete test execution platform on cloud. That's our vision that we're working on. And today I just want to take a few moments to share about the common problems that I get to hear and often hear from the modern QA and development teams. And before that, I would like to give you a quick gist of where we come from. We started in 2017, and we recently got a Series B funding from Sequoia and Telstra Ventures. And from the time we released our first product, we have close to 500,000 users who have signed up. And out of our 7,000 active customers, we have 500 enterprises who have been a part of the journey. And before we talk about what we do, I would like to highlight on the problems. And I often have been speaking to a lot of leadership, engineering leadership, and the modern QA and agile teams. And one of the things that I often hear is that they're aiming at shortening their release cycles. Now that could be because of n number of reasons. That could be because of innovation, where they want to roll out new features. Or maybe they just want to fix the bugs so that they can make the experience better for the customers, or maybe just overall, the kind of just refactor the code for better stability of their application as such. Now, we all know that test automation tools have been existing, and although these users and the customers that I've been talking to have implemented end-to-end testing suite, but there still exists a bigger problem, and that's the test infrastructure on which they run the tests on. And unfortunately, this infrastructure on which they run the tests on, if it is not really up to the mark, it really increases the test execution time significantly. Now let's talk about the infrastructure as such. Now, talking about the in-house infrastructure, firstly, it takes a lot of time to build and maintain this infrastructure, and if it's not really up to the mark and customized as per the needs of the QA team, it becomes very tough to scale it. And also this adds a lot of cost to maintain this entire effort. And the second aspect is high test execution time. Now it's very, very important, especially for the modern QA and dev teams who are really focusing on increasing their release velocities and ship code faster. High test execution is one of the biggest roadblocks that we often hear. And again, like I said, it's not the problem about the end-to-end automation suite, but it's about the release velocity they are aiming at. And one of the roadblocks, again, is because of the hours and hours that it takes to run your test suite. Now, if you look into this graph in the right-hand side, as you start, your test suite is typically, it just takes seconds to run. And as you scale your test suite, and as you know, that your test suite, the test execution time is proportionately related to the code you ship. So the more code you ship, the more test scripts are written and your test cases grow. Now, as you go towards the enterprise suite where you have 10,000s of tests, your execution time takes from minutes to hours to complete. And that is a bigger problem to solve, because your developers are actually waiting to get the feedback of the code they've written. But here we're waiting for the test to complete, and again, with the poor infrastructure that we're running the test on, we are impacting the productivity of both the QA and development teams. Now, third problem is flaky test at scale. Now, flaky test it could be because of a number of reasons. Now, especially when you're running your test on infrastructure. Now, there could be a lot of problems related to the CPU consumption, the disk errors, or there could be high resource consumption in the machine that you're running a test on, which leads to the flaky results. Now, this is a bigger problem altogether to solve. And one of the key aspects that if you correlate your high test execution time with your release cycle, so you can directly see that the high test execution time is leading to delayed release cycles, because the feedback time that you're taking to get back to the developer is also getting lengthier. Now, we all know this problem exists. Now, this is exactly where Lambda test comes into picture. So we are building a continuous quality platform on cloud where you can test with confidence on your infrastructure and scale your test as well. So we started with our product. The first product that we launched is live testing, where you can fire up the virtual machines of 2,000 plus browsers and operating system combination and test your applications. You can also test your native applications on simulators and emulators. And then we have the automation cloud, where you can run your automation test suites, and you can run hundreds of parallel sessions to make sure you have you're able to kind of reduce the test execution cycle. And most importantly, the day we started the company, we focused on 3 parameters here. We focused on performance, we focused on reliability, and scalability. These were the three important aspects, because we understand that this is one of the most crucial aspects for the QA and development teams. Now, we built the fastest Selenium grid on the cloud, and where you can also perform headless browser testing and also get advanced reporting and analytics. And we just recently launched Real Devices Cloud, where you can perform your manual native app testing. You don't need to maintain those infrastructure in-house. You can also perform automation testing and also look into the device logs as such. So along with the infrastructure that we built, we also give other functionality, like you will be able to run your pre-pod, you'll be able to run your test on pre-pod environments by using our enterprise-ready tunnel. You can run your tests in parallel across different browsers, devices, and OS, so that you can fasten your test execution time. You can reduce your test execution time. And we also give you support for geolocation, and this is easily integratable with your CI/CD tools. If you want to fire up your test from CI/CD into our infrastructure, it just take 5 minutes for you to integrate and get started. So apart from that, I also want to highlight on the integrations that we have. Our integration landscape spans around 120 integrations that we've built with frameworks, with codeless automation, with CI/CD, and bug tracking tools, because one of the aspects when we started the Lambda test, building Lambda test, so we wanted Lambda test to be a part of the ecosystem, not work as a standalone system. So we try to build in integration as much as possible to make it more easier for the QA and development teams. In a short span of time, we have garnered good attention in the G2 crowd space, and this is just because of our I would say, the reliability and scalability and performance that we provide on our infrastructure. And we've been leading and training on G2 crowd as momentum leaders, and you would be able to see the reviews that we get and the ease of use. It just takes around 30 minutes maximum for a user to onboard by integrating this test suite and CI/CD tools and start firing up the tests. And yeah, so this is a quick overview about us, and I really thank you for hearing me out and really appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy the TestJS conference. Take care. Bye-bye.
And how awesome were those talks? I did promise they were amazing, and I learned so much about. Thanks a bunch. Well, I wanted to say like thanks 5 times, because they were like 5-lining talks, but it's way too much repetition. And not to be alone, I do invite my colleagues, the speakers, to be able to give them some applause here. Hey, everybody. All good?
Hey, everyone.
Super good.
Glad to hear that. Again, a big thank you. A big thank you for your talk and for being around the conference. I'm going to try to get some of the questions we got on Discourse for you. And I'll start in the way that the talks were also, and it was easy for me. Question for Scott from J. Monroe. Assuming the Docker does the scanning, what is the paid feature for the Stackhawk?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm actually going to post him a link that will tell him all the different things, but The free version of Stackhawk is basically the same thing as the paid version of Stackhawk, except for you don't get stuff like Jira integration, multiple applications, the ability to kind of scale it out in your organization. You can use it to test an application, try to get it going, figure out how that goes. That free account is always, it's free forever as you have your one application under test. But as you want to grow that within your organization, that's where that paid features things start coming in. Good question.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. I was also curious because most of the times, people are like, should I or should not? And it's always no to learn from the first person what's the difference in the versions. Going to Tibor, which
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing Stackhawk. Stackhawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about.
Hi. Okay, we move on. And I just want to remind you about one of the discussions room. And it's the accessibility one that is really, really dear to my soul. I did a lot of talks on accessibility. I really think it's important, especially in the web domain, and really brings to the value of everyone having access to the web. So check out the links in the timeline, which is under the screen that you see with the videos. There is a cute 2-3 lines where you can follow all the talks and also go to the chats with the speakers and have these extra discussions room links. Go there and let us know how you think about it, how easy it is for you to do it, or what's one interesting thing that you find out by doing accessibility, both in testing and not only.
Awesome. So I want to quickly remind you that we have discussion room waiting for your opinion on spatial.chat coming up next as accessibility room with Philippi and Juliet. So feel free to join them. And our next speaker is Shai Resnick. Shai is the founder of highres.io, which focuses on cost-effective testing training. His talk will be test-effective development. In this talk, Shai will show you a brand new way to think about cost-effective testing with new strategies and new testing terms. But before we get to the talk, Shai has posed a question for all of you. And the question is, where does the term smoke test originated from? So you can go to Slido and type the code 1819, and the answers are, do you think it's from plumbing, from hardware testing, from hand teasing, or both A and B are correct? So we will take a look at the poll results at the start of the Q&A session following the talk. Don't forget to ask questions on Discord in the talk Q&A channel, and give Shai a big round of virtual applause on the talk Q&A session, and the talk Q&A channel, sorry. And Shai, the stage is all yours.
Hello
everyone, and welcome to the Test Effective Development Introduction Talk. I'm Shai Resnick, and today I'm going to teach you a new way of thinking about testing that will change your testing life forever and will boost your productivity. So let's begin. As I said, I'm Shai Resnick. I'm known as the Test Effective guy and sometimes also known as the Angular testing guy. I'm also a Google developer expert, and I founded Hirers.io, which is an education and training company that teaches developers how to write more cost-effective tests in a fun and entertaining way. Also, my talks have been viewed by over 170,000 developers and a few random people, I'm guessing. Hey, double shy here. Okay. So my main goal in life is to help busy companies become more cost-effective via testing transformation. That means that we take your busy company with your schedule, not stop in development, and find a way to integrate testing into your day-to-day. If you're interested in that, let me know. Okay, so we could take your developers from sleeping like this into sleeping like this, or as I like to say, test right, sleep tight. Okay, and it's not only about sleeping tight at night, it's also about becoming more professional so you could make the changes to your code or apply this new technique that you learned without the fear of introducing new bugs into production. And if you want to find out your biggest testing mistakes, I prepared a quiz, a few questions that you can answer, and will show you what your mistakes and how to fix them, and we'll share with you some cool new free resources about testing. So check out in this link or in this QR code, it'll take you to the same link and get to that quiz. Okay, now a disclaimer. So I'm known, if you search my name on YouTube, you might find crazy talks of mine. It's like, sometimes it's a stage play and sometimes it's a game show or a rap song or a magic show about tests, or one of my personal favorites. This is a talk I did in 2018 where I hooked a device that can read minds, and I share with the audience what my thought process and all the shenanigans that go through my head while I'm test driving an app. So even if you're not an Angular developer, you'll find value in this lecture. So check it out. So today I won't going to do this crazy talk because I have a weird situation here. We have a problem with our Wi-Fi. We're sharing the Wi-Fi signal with all of the other neighbors here in the office building. And there's a weird phenomenon today that, people are going over other people transmissions, so you might see glitches or you might see what other neighbors of mine here are watching. So I'm sorry about that. I apologize in advance for anything you might see. Okay, that's why I didn't want to create like a crazy talk today, because I don't know when these transmission interruptions will happen. So I'm just sticking to the old-fashioned educational talk, and that's it. So this is the disclaimer. Sorry about that, and let's hope we have a smooth process, okay? Cool. So now let's begin. Okay, so back in 2009, I was a developer in my day job, and I had a side project at night. So I worked from 9 to 5 on the day job and until 2 a.m. on the startup, and that were my days. And I was in this, what I call the circle of doom, because I was rushing and trying to meet all the deadlines and moving forward fast. I produced poor code quality that produced unexpected bugs that in turn produced more poor code quality because of the fear of the unexpected bugs. I got like so scared, okay, and I didn't want to change and improve the code, and that led to frustration and trying to destroy the computer, or I don't know, and that led even to a more scary place where I was in a feeling of a quicksand, where every time I fix a bug, I introduce 4 more bugs into the app, and it felt like I'm drowning more and more into the quicksand, and I started having this dizziness, and I couldn't breathe, and this attacks, and I didn't know what's wrong with me. So I actually went to the hospital and got like checks when it became more severe, and they actually told me that I have nothing wrong with me physically, and they suggested that I might have panic attacks, and I did. This is what I had. Panic attacks from not meeting the deadline, and I'm missing the deadlines, and I have more bugs to fix, and I don't know, I have this uncertainty on when more bugs will pop up, and it was truly a scary place in my life. So then I decided that I need to work smarter, not harder, because I thought, okay, what do I really want in my professional life? I want to do meaningful work, I want to upgrade my skills, and I want to live a balanced life. So I don't want to, miss holidays or, birthdays or time with friends, or back then my girlfriend. And what prevented me from doing all that were unexpected bugs. So I then decided I'm going to learn how to fix them, and I talk with friends and it suggested to write tests. So I started learning about testing, and I met these like weird terms like unit and integration and end-to-end, and I didn't know what to choose when, and it was
gleich sagen wird, das werden wir uns anhören, mit von der Partie die Woodies.
Sorry, like I told you, okay, let's forget about what we just saw. Okay, so I had all these terms like unit and integration, and didn't know what to choose and what to write and how to write them. And somewhere I read that unit tests are for developers and integration and end-to-end are for QA. So I decided to start with unit tests. So then at the start, it was like very difficult to understand what am I doing. But after a while, I became better at it and better. And I thought to myself, okay, I got this. But then, I started having bugs, like 100% coverage or 9% coverage, but still had bugs in production. And then I realized that unit tests are not enough. I also need integration tests. So I really tried. So I tried to write integration tests, and at the start, again, it was very difficult. But then in the end, it was still difficult because integration tests are super difficult. They look like easy in the start, but when you realize you have so much logic and moving pieces in your code and all of this like cyclomatic complexity and other terms that makes you sound smarter than you are, but basically saying that you have lots of code path in your app, decision points and stuff like that, that made integration tests much harder and slower to run. And that led me to write only tests for the happy path when stuff are successful, and not to check error situation and stuff like that. And that led me to have less confidence in my integration tests, because I realized that it's just like an illusion. They're not really give me full confidence in my code. And I always kept feeling that this blanket is too short. Every time I try to use a new technique, integration or unit or something like that, I always like suffer from something else. So after a few years of testing, I became a testing consultant and helped companies with their code. And I taught them the same traditional ways of like the testing pyramid and all that stuff. And I started to get frustrated because I didn't have the results that I wanted to have. And this is me frustrated. Okay, and I came to the conclusion that I had enough. Okay, we need a new approach. We need a better way to do stuff. Okay, so I started experimenting, with strategies, and then I had a few epiphanies and I learned new strategies that worked for me. And once I started to apply them into my client's code and to my own code, I finally got to the place where I can change my code with confidence, and I'm not suffering from all the stuff that I suffered when I used the more traditional ways. And I want to share the epiphany that I had, because again, like I told you, I want to do meaningful work and upgrade my skills and live a balanced life. And what I thought the only thing that stops me from doing it were unexpected bugs. But in fact, it weren't just unexpected bugs, it was also inefficient tests. So I'm just switching from time wasted on fixing unexpected bugs to time wasted on fixing inefficient tests. So then I thought about, okay, what can I do to handle unexpected bugs? I need to increase my testing confidence. And what can I do to fight inefficient tests? I need to increase my testing efficiency. I know, Captain Obvious. But it's important to know, because now that we know these two factors, we can view them and view our tests from these lenses. And if we think about like the strategies, tools, and techniques that we are used to apply or use in our tests, okay, now when we think about confidence and efficiency and judge them by these terms, we can see that some strategies lead to more efficiency but less confidence, and some lead to more confidence and less efficiency. For example, end-to-end tests, where you have lots of confidence because all the moving parts are integrated together and you test everything in one place, but they're the least least efficient test out of them all because they run the slowest and they require more code and they fail more often and stuff like that. So although you can never reach a 100% perfect point, okay, you will always suffer from bugs. The point is to find a balance to the confidence and efficiency we have from a specific strategy, term, or tool. So then I thought about, okay, what can define this balance? Okay, how can I use one single term to define this balance between the confidence and efficiency? And the only thing that came to mind was cost effective. Okay, how cost effective is this strategy? And then I thought it was too generic, so I kept thinking about, okay, cost effective, maybe I can call it test effective. And that's when I came up with test effective development, okay? And the idea here is to find better terms, better strategies, and better tools to write more cost-effective tests. So there's lots of topics to cover with test effective development, but today, because we only have limited time, we're only going to focus on two strategies.
Commander X. Циклоп. Росомаха, Шельма, Гроза, Зверь, Гамбит.
Again, sorry, I don't know what my neighbors are. Okay, so we'll focus on two strategies, okay? The thing that I learned about being more test effective is if you want to be more effective, you need to be more specific. For example, if you go and want to do a surgery, you want to go to a surgeon who knows how to use the right tool for the job at the right time, and not like a maniac with a chainsaw that just like know how to use this one tool, okay? And the idea came from Elon Musk and his first principle thinking method, where he applied it to building reusable rockets by going all the way to the first principles and trying to build back from that better solutions. So that's what I applied. And when I thought about unit integration, I said to myself, okay, let's try to find what are the first principles behind these terms and try to build them back up and maybe come up with new terms, okay? So when you think about an app, let's say the part of the app like classes or functions or something like that, and the connection between them, like they import each other, this is our app, okay? And when you think about unit testing, the confusion there is that sometimes you have a unit that describes one class, for example, depending on which book you are reading, and sometimes it defines like two classes together that represent one idea. But then when you learn about integration tests, you learn that it's the same thing, basically. You know, it's two pieces together in integration and you test them both. This is also called an integration test. And sometimes, again, depending on which book you're reading, it refers to your code against external code that you don't own. So this is an integration test. So there's a lot of confusion. And then because of this confusion, I decided not to use these terms and to actually dig deeper. And when I dug deeper, I discovered new testing dimensions. We have several testing dimensions that we can analyze. The first one is boundaries, the second is action scope, and the third one is subject type, and we have actually more testing dimensions that I discovered over the years, but today I want to talk about only these first two. I have other lectures and courses and stuff like that where I talk about more dimensions and how to analyze them, but for today's two strategies, I want to talk about these two dimensions. Okay, let's define them. Boundaries. Boundaries are easy. It just means isolated versus integrated. Most of you already refer to unit and integration, and you actually refer to isolated or integrated, and we'll see. So isolated means that we only test one thing. It could be a class, a function, or whatever, but it's only one thing. And the rest of the stuff that this thing imports, we fake. Okay, this is an isolated test. In contrast, an integrated test is whenever we test more than one thing together. This is an integrated test. Sometimes it could be the entire thing, which is an end-to-end test. So this is the definition. Action scope means single action or multi-action test. And what is it? So let's say we have a class with 4 methods, okay? A single action test will test this one method. And a multi-action test, we test several methods or functions or whatever, two things together in one test. This is a multi-action test. And we can have several combinations of these things, like we can have single action isolated test or a multi-action integrated test or a single action integrated test. You know, we can have multiple combinations of these dimensions. But choosing the right combination is the key here, okay? You have more more effective combinations for different situations, okay?
We gently lay our possum down. There.
I don't know, I'm speechless. Okay, let's just continue. Okay, so let's judge the effectiveness of single versus multi-action test. In the confidence score, multi-action tests score higher score. It's relative score, it's not scientific, just like relative to each other, because the more you test more stuff in one test, you get more confidence that you have less side effects. But in terms of efficiency, multi-action tests are much less effective than single-action tests. Why? Because of popularity, or what I call the influencer curse. Okay, let's see it. Okay, so let's say we have this class here and it has this method, and let's say we have several tests that test this method, okay? Now if this method has a bug, now all these tests will fail. But now let's add another method to the test. So let's say we have all these tests that test this method, but they also run this method as well. Now, every time this will have a bug, all tests will fail. And every time this will have a bug, the second method, all tests will fail. Okay, so when you introduce more methods or more actions to your test, you're increasing the probability of failing lots of tests together. And that's the influence curse. The more followers your code has, like the more tests that follows your code, the less efficient your tests are. Okay, so the conclusion is to prefer single action tests. Okay, there are sometimes that you want to use multi-action tests, like in end-to-end tests, where the amount of tests are smaller. And I talk about this in my courses and other lectures. But for most tests, you want to prefer single action tests. Okay, now let's talk about the effectiveness of isolated versus integrated. Okay, I see a lot of talks about, write only integration tests and the testing pyramid, or write only unit tests, or mostly unit tests, or mostly integration, and all that stuff. And I followed these suggestions for a while, and it led to more confusion on my part, because I realized that what's important is the context of your app. And part of this context is the size. The size matters in testing, okay? So let's define size. On one end, we have the small apps. Example for these can be like microservices or micro frontends or open source libraries or proof of concept, stuff like that. These are smaller apps, okay? On the other end, we have medium to big apps, which most of the time examples of these are monolith, okay? If we don't break them into micro frontends, it's a big monolith with lots of moving parts compared to a monorepo or something like that. So these are big apps, okay? These are the terms, okay? In terms of integrated versus isolated, on the confidence score, we have a high confidence score for the integrated test and a lower confidence score for the isolated, because we lose touch with reality when we fake stuff. But there's an asterisk there on the integrated part, because it means that we must cover everything in the integrated and not just the happy path. And most of the time, it's not the situation. That's why it's a caveat, okay? If in an ideal world where we cover all the possible code path with integrated tests, yeah, we have maximum confidence, but that's most of the time isn't the case. On the efficiency score, when we look at integrated versus isolated, integrated is much less efficient than isolated tests. And there's a lot of reasons as to why that is, okay? I suggest watching a great lecture about the scam of integrated tests, or integrated tests are a scam by J.B. Reinsberger, where he covers that in depth. And I have other lectures about where I go deeper into why this is the case, okay? What's the scam of integrated tests? But they are much less efficient than isolated tests. And for that reason, what I came to realize is that for small to mid apps, the more test-effective solution is to use a combination between single action and integrated tests, because that way we don't lose the confidence and we don't lose that much efficiency, because we don't have a lot of tests in the first place, because this is a small size app. But for big monolith or mid to large scale apps, the more test-effective solution there, or strategy there, is to use a combination of single action and isolated tests, because that we preserve a good balance between the confidence and efficiency. I'm just going to ignore that, okay? Okay, And because I didn't want to keep saying like single action integrated test or single action isolated test and stuff like that, I want to find better terms that encapsulate like what I mean. I want to introduce to you now new test types based on size. So type number 1, okay, for small apps, I want something that could cover all parts of the app. And then I thought, okay, what's a good metaphor for, let's say I had all these parts in one room. I want to shed a light on all of these together. And then I thought about like, hey, I can use a flashlight. Flashlight, you know, with the ray of light can hit all the parts together. Okay. And that's when I thought about the name flashlight tests, which are short distance. Okay. Think about a small room, single action integrated tests. And these are flashlight tests. And this is type number 1. Now, the other new test type that I thought about was for the big apps. Let's say I had like, it's a big stadium with lots of distant parts. Okay. Sometimes I want to reach this part or this part. What can I use to reach that? I cannot use flashlight because the ray of light can reach just a short distance. I need another device. And then I thought about, I can use a pointer laser. And that way I can reach other like more distant and just those parts because they are isolated, okay? So then is when I thought about the name laser tests, okay? Which are long distance, think about a big stadium, single action, isolated tests, okay? So again, to recap, we have flashlight tests for small apps and laser tests for big apps, okay? And you might ask yourself, okay, how do you know when to switch between two strategies? The rule of thumb for me is when the tests reach more than 500 lines of code, then I know that probably my integrated tests are becoming less efficient, and then I consider switching to a laser test strategy. Okay, so that's our time for today. Let's summarize what we learned. We learned about test-effective development. We learned about the different testing dimensions we have. And we learned about the laser test and flashlight test strategies. Okay, if you want to learn about more test-effective strategies, again, this is the quiz I prepared for you. This is the link, this is the QR code. Check it out and you'll get more free resources to learn further about this topic, about test-effective development. And with that, I wanted to thank you all for participating in my first ever TED Talk. Okay, this is my first, and thank you very much. These are all the details. Remember, check out the quiz and become more test-effective developer. Okay, enjoy the rest of the event. Bye-bye.
That was an amazing lecture and a funny one as well. I hope you liked it. So let's have Shai with us.
Hello.
Hi, Shai. How are you?
I was so excited for the talk and I gave my all and I lost my voice. So you can hear my sexy voice in the Q&A now.
It was great. It was super funny. I love the videos in the middle. So we had the poll before. So let's take a look at the results. And in the results, I actually didn't knew the answer. So my vote was on hardware testing. And afterwards, I was reading about it. So what's your takeaway in regards to the results of the poll?
So I'm seeing the results now and it look like we have a tie between plumbing and hardware testing. And the real answer is hand teasing. Nobody picked hand teasing. It's like 0% or something like that. But no, actually, when I always like thought it was regarding to plumbing, and then because, they blow smoke through the pipes to see if you don't have any leaks. But it actually comes also from hardware testing. Okay, so hardware testing, the test there was if you plug it in and it doesn't blow up in smoke, it works. Yeah. Like you pass the smoke test. So it actually is a combination between, so the right answer is both A and B are correct.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I researched afterwards, and the plumbing one came first, and then the hardware testing. So that's great. We have a few questions on Discord, so I'll read them to you. And the first one is from Leah.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
All right. So what's next? Let me check here. So you can now go to Slido and leave a review for Shai's talk. So you can go there and do that. And I'm passing over to Iona. Hi, Iona.
Yeah, that's almost a wrap, everyone, of day one just. And we have just a bit more administrative tasks with you, some reminders and all that. First, a big round of applause, virtual applause for the organizer, for Git Nation, for this great day of event.
And once again, a huge thank you to all of our sponsors who have made huge contributions to this awesome event as well.
Exactly. And you can check out job posting from our amazing sponsors at testjssummit.com/jobs. And also you can view all the special offers from them as well at testjssummit.com/perks. So now we'll choose the two swag winners. And let me see here. I have to change something in here. So now we have the Wheel of Fortune. So I think I just have to click on it. So we have to look into the tweets one by one, but it's kind of difficult to read them. Do you want to discuss them?
Let me help you if you want. Yeah, definitely. Because I spent so much time on Twitter today. I'm trying to keep up there. And just a sneak peek, I just saw that none of my tweets were selected. So at least I can brag about others' tweets and encourage them to have even more. Here, Halina is trying to, again, make me feel that I only have one laptop for tomorrow. I'm bringing more encouragement, more support from my side. And we have a future attendee speaker there, the cat. I really think that a session by the cats will be something that we are definitely interested in the future. Maybe how they test some of the products. And well, here the name, it's a bit hard to see with all the squares and everything, but nevertheless.
Nikolay.
Yeah, I was just switching now to see Nikolay. Glad that you have even fans in our audience here. And again, the setup, which looks very neat. And he says hi from Miami. Does he know?
I love the ones with the cats.
Yeah, bit of code in the background as well, trying to show us that he's actually doing some work.
Yeah. They well, actually, eventually they open a conversation or something. I'm just joking. I'm just interesting you. Yeah. Okay. Let's see who we say thank you to. Well, Saki, I think, this encrypted to be named, has a bit of more of an army there to support us, and I'm very appreciative about that. It also looks very comfy for the laptop. Okay, we have a live transmission from the moon, I think.
Yeah, from outer space. Nice.
Yeah, I think it might be the first conference that we have attendees from out of planet Earth.
Might be a motivational message from Slav. Imagine your dream, create it, and live. Keeping us going.
Oof. Have good eyes there in the bank. Also, he keeps the monitor close. Oh, you have a competition, Richard. 3 monitors. You need to do a comparison. Who used them best?
They look exactly the same. We've got the same lights.
Yeah, exactly. Now I see the lights, and I was like, wait, what's happening here?
Yeah.
Do you have the same camera too?
No, I've got a different camera, but Same lights.
Would have been a match. Hi, Victor, and also great setup there. Lots of light.
Is that monitor wonky or is it just me?
I think it's
just the picture, maybe. Awesome.
I'm jealous.
Well, this one wins because like, it's a picture of me on the screen.
And there you are.
You know, at least you made it to the tweets. Did we show that?
On brand as well. Hey. Got some stickers on the go because Iona, you said about having those stickers. Some stickers on display there.
Oh yeah.
Indeed.
There's some good entries. A lot of laptops. Yeah. I'm rocking an iMac. So
I think we can go to the slide though. You want to do it, Valmir, or?
Yeah, I can do it. All right.
Go.
Let's spin it.
Spin, 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 spin. Oh, it's much longer than I anticipated.
Oh!
It is.
Awesome.
Seraph. One more. Okay, go again. So that was Seraph, I believe. And this one is Victor. Woo! Fantastic.
Congrats.
I have no idea what they do. Who knows what they do? I'm sure someone will reach out to you to help you get all your awesome stuff.
Definitely. If not, if you don't like stickers, just send it over to, I'm just kidding. And yeah, you can even give us feedback for these very weak jokes that I had today. But nevertheless, it's very important to tell us how were the talks, for the speakers to know how you enjoyed their sharings today and what we can do better next time. Definitely go to Test Summit, TestJS. Okay, it was the moment to have one, no? Sorry for that. TestJSSummit.com/feedback and let us know your opinion.
And I think I've just worked it out. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can subscribe down here, or is it over here? I have no idea. But make sure you subscribe to JS Nation as well as React conferences, because then you'll get notifications as well as be able to rewatch some of the talks.
I think they do also like, share, and subscribe, something like that, like you did.
Yeah, I've not got the skills.
YouTube.
Subscribe now. Okay. Get it
exactly. And nevertheless, come to the after party. We have so many activities, and amongst them are the networking with the speakers and the community on special.chat and the Quake.js tournament. Who's gonna win there? And last that we mentioned, sorry, not the last two that you can do, it is the chat, spatial.chat. Till now you can use it to talk with the speakers after their talks and have their rooms and all that. And you can now go and chat, turn it into a party room maybe.
Yeah, party. And there's also a room with game, which is called Code Names. And you can find the link on the background or in the chat to join. And it will be for sure a lot of fun.
And there is also a room for you Quake.js fans. So yeah, if you want to go around, do some shooting, then you can head over to that link as well and play some Quake. So there it is.
That's all.
Thank you, everybody.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Sleep well. Bye-bye.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't